person here matters. Father, we thank you for the freedom that we enjoy to be here tonight. Lord, we ask your blessing on the men and women of our armed forces who are standing guard over that freedom even now. Father, we ask your hand of safety and protection over each of these drivers, over everybody involved in this race. Lord, we just thank you for the privilege of being here. We ask for your presence in this place. We give you our hearts and this prayer in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And everybody said together, amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, he is currently starring in the ABC show Nashville. Please welcome Will Chase.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Drivers, including Tony Stewart, ready to board their machines for 500 miles of action here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway tonight. The stage is definitely set. Brad Keselowski looking for a big win as he contends for the #1 seed in the chase. Well, guys, the stage is set. We're ready to go racing. Lots of storylines. What are your final thoughts?
Mike, I've got to be watching Tony Stewart. That's the guy that's on my mind right now. He's been gone for 3 weeks. I want to see how he does. I want to see how he's going to handle that 900 horsepower race car tonight. Those things are wicked to drive. Let's see if he can hold on to it.
For me, it's the young rookie. He's been so close so many times. Kyle Larson. He starts third tonight. This is a great opportunity for him because he loves the slick, slipping or sliding racetrack. Can he get that thing home to victory lane?
So many drivers with so many opportunities tonight. We're going to be paying attention to everything that happens over the next 3.5 hours. The guys will be calling the race, though, have the best view of it all. From up top, we go up to Alan Bestwick, Dale Jarrett, and Andy Petrie. Guys?
All right, Mike, thank you. And when you read the pre-race press releases, listen to the drivers' press conferences, or talk to them in the garage getting ready for this race, driver after driver after driver all says the same thing. This is one of their favorite racetracks. They love to race here. Why?
Yeah, drivers do love it. It's fun to race on. You know, drivers like most new things, like new tires, and that'll be their friend tonight. But they love this racing surface, which is basically just worn out. They're going to be searching from the bottom to the middle to the top, trying to find the most grip that they can possibly find tonight. But the best thing that's going to be for them tonight is taking care of these tires. How are they going to do that? These tires are your friend as long as you'll take care of them for a long time.
Yeah, this is a driver's racetrack. That's why they love it. But I can tell you one thing, it's tough for the crews and crew chiefs. They're going to be changing tires a lot tonight, the crews will. And the crew chiefs trying to keep up with the adjustments in the setup for the cars because the drivers are never going to be happy here. That car's going to be sliding. They're going to be complaining about something all night long. And you got to make sure you make the right adjustments because sometimes the driver might tell you the car's doing something and you may adjust for it and you make it go the wrong way. That's a tough racetrack to keep up with.
Now, we talk about restarts a lot if you follow NASCAR racing every week. They're a critical part of the sport 2014. Here in Atlanta, a little different twist to them.
Yeah, definite twist to them that's different is that what we've been seeing in the past few races, the outside groove being the very best, that's not going to be the case here. The outside lane is the hard place to get going. You slip the tires, just very difficult to manage this.
And we see some of the most incredible restarts here. This one right here might be my favorite of all time. Kurt Busch restarted 10th, passed 8 cars basically in one corner, one set of corners, and got all the way to second. Look, it looked like a video game. there are some opportunities on restarts, and we'll see somebody take advantage of it tonight.
That opportunity created when the guy in the outside lane couldn't get going. So we'll keep an eye on the caution flags, the restarts, and how they might shuffle up the running order as we go through these very difficult 500 miles in Atlanta tonight. It's hot. 88 degrees as the race gets started, and a full night's work ahead for the drivers. We know at least that 6-time champion crew chief Chad Knaus is happy.
The Oral-B USA 500 at Atlanta is brought to you by Oral-B. Available at Walmart. Save money, live better. Nationwide Insurance. Nationwide is on your side. Goodyear, chosen by experts for superior performance. Goodyear, more driven. And Viagra.
A beautiful steamy night here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway for the Oral-B USA 500, the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, ready to go racing on this track the drivers absolutely love to compete on. They've cleared the grid, the drivers have strapped in. Let's get them started.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Currently starring in AMC's The Walking Dead as Sergeant Abraham Ford, please welcome tonight's Grand Marshal, Michael Cudlitz.
Drivers, start your engine! Fired up and ready. You roll right over that thing.
Impressive.
Pretty strong.
And a great way to get a great race started tonight here in Atlanta. Remind you to check out NASCAR.com/RaceBuddy if you'd like to see the enhanced race action live tonight from here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. After a tough race last week, our ESPN in-race reporter needs to win to get into the chase tonight. Casey Kane, ready to go from 10th starting spot. We'll talk with him on the pace laps next. Back in Atlanta with the engines fired and about to begin the pace laps before the start of tonight's Oral-B USA 500, the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, in the second to last race before the chase grid is set. And as you look at the seedings, the critical factor, the drivers without a win trying to find a way to get inside that top 16 after a tough night last Saturday night in Bristol, Tennessee. Kasey Kahne is 33 points behind, and at 1 point per position, that's a lot to ask over 2 races to get in on points. So he kind of needs to win tonight or next weekend at Richmond if he's going to get in. He's our in-race reporter starting in 10th position.
Get his thoughts about that. Hey, Kasey Kahne, Dale Jarrett, the ESPN. You have a copy?
Yeah, I got you.
All right, Kasey. Hey, we had a lot of requests and questions from your fans out there. Most of them wanting to know about the chase, but we chose the question from Brad in Long Beach, California. It says, with 2 races to go until the chase, it's looking more like a win is the only sure way to punch your ticket. How does this change your approach to this track?
Well, that's definitely, winning's what we got to do at this point in time, and Atlanta's a good track for us, so it has been over the years, throughout the years. So hopefully we can pull it off tonight. We should have a really good Farmers Insurance Chevy, and just have to kind of see what happens here, how it all plays out. But I'm excited to be here.
Hey, Kasey, I've seen you run extremely well here, bottom, top of the racetrack and everything. But my question to you is, the word of the week kind of is tires, and you know this, and managing your tires. But knowing how important these restarts is to get everything that you can get at that time, how do you manage how hard you can go at that point and still have some tires left for the end of a run?
I mean, restarts are big every single week. And Atlanta, the front stretch, it seemed like last year the outside was pretty tough. But once you get to 1 and 2, there's lots of space, lots of room. So you just, you got to get the most you can each time. And, just try to capitalize, because if you don't, the cars will definitely get you from behind.
Kasey, I know that in a driver's mind and knowing kind of your situation and having to win, and even with the high speeds here, can you allow yourself to get pretty aggressive if you find yourself in that position late in this race?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's our only shot. We got to win. So we just do whatever we can. Hopefully I can move all over the racetrack, find where there's grip, and have a good night. It's a long race. Should be exciting, interesting how it all plays out.
Okay, Kasey, good luck in getting that win. Hey, thanks for talking with us. We'll look forward to talking with you later on tonight.
Thanks.
Kasey Kahne ready to go from 10th starting position tonight here at Atlanta, seeking that very precious victory. Fans getting a good show. Drivers will get an up-close look as they go throughout these 500 miles at their competition, and you can ride along with them. Austin Dillon with our Sunoco on board tonight. Kevin Harvick carrying our Jimmy Johns on board. And Kasey Kahne, you just heard from, carrying the Sprint onboard camera. Clint Boyer's got our 5-hour energy camera. Jeff Gordon has the Chevy on board. Here's Kyle Larson with the Goodyear on board. Jimmy Johnson with our Sprint onboard camera. Finally, Dale Earnhardt Jr. has the Diet Dew on board tonight here at a place where he's won before and run very well. To pit road and Jamie Little.
Well, Alan, to say that Tony Stewart's return to the racetrack has been an emotional one would be an understatement. From the time he first stepped back in the garage on Friday morning for the first practice, he was welcomed with open arms from his fellow competitors, friends, and fans. And I just talked to his crew chief, Chad Johnston, who's up on the pit box right now, and he told me his approach for this weekend with Tony and the whole team is to do what they've been doing all year long. Focus on the task at hand, and that is winning the race. And he said so far it has worked. Between Tony and the car they brought here, he feels this is the best opportunity they've had to win a race all year long. And as you can imagine, a win for Tony would be a bright spot in what's been a dark 3 weeks. Alan?
All right, Jamie, thanks. And this is probably a moment that Tony's been ready for all weekend, is just to get this race started.
I think he's been ready for it, certainly. The weekend has been good for him. You can see the change in him. But this is a different situation. He's right now trying to control those emotions so that he can get focused on the task at hand.
Yeah, and I think he's got a good car. We heard Jamie talking about he felt good about the car, that they may have a good chance. And with Kevin Harvick in this stable, I think that he's brought a lot of that, what he's learned about Atlanta to this team, and maybe this will be a good chance for him tonight.
So Tony, certainly one of the focus areas of the night, and the other, those drivers trying to find a way to grab a place in the chase. Let's check with Jim Noble.
You know, Alan, only one rookie has ever made it to the chase for the Sprint Cup. That was Denny Hamlin 8 years ago. Kyle Larson can do it tonight. All he has to do is win, and he's in. But the rookie also has to remember that he's 26 points out of an at-large chase berth. He'll attack if he thinks he can win tonight, but Kyle Larson has to remember this. He needs to still be in this conversation when we get to Richmond next week. Dave Burns?
Jim, Greg Biffle has had 9 top 10 finishes this season, but the wins have not come, and Greg is the edge of chase eligibility. Crew Chief Matt Pusha told me he would be willing to risk tonight, not just for that chase-making win, but also to get further north of the points cutoff line. Vince Welch?
Jamie McMurray has never made the chase. If he's going to do it this year, he's got to deliver big in these next 2 weeks. 60 points out of the chase. They desperately need a victory. They led 148 laps last week at Bristol. They've been rock solid this weekend here at Atlanta. As crew chief Keith Rodden told me just a moment ago, we're confident, but they definitely have to win the race. If they happen to pull off that upset tonight and secure one of those chase spots, Alan, boy, how big it would be for this Ganassi team.
Absolutely, and McMurray with a couple of NASCAR Nationwide Series wins here in Atlanta. He knows how to get it done at this racetrack. Our Oral-B track facts: the Speedway measures 1.54 miles around, so it doesn't quite come out to an even 500 miles. 500 and a half, don't forget the half when figuring your mileage, and 325 laps to get that done. So half a lap from the start tonight.
All right, man, nice and smooth all day long. Take care of our stuff, have something for 'em at the end. You know how this place is. Take it easy on it at first and go get it one at a time once it gets strung out. Guys, nice and smooth on pit road. Just like you always do. Have a good day, man. Guys, be careful. Be safe down there. I appreciate everything.
Tony Stewart starting in 12th position. Sunset in a little while. Drivers will race into that setting sun for the opening laps of this race. Visibility always tricky in the opening moments in Atlanta. We'll see if the cloud cover helps them just a little bit. 325 laps, 500.5 miles. Kevin Harvick, Brad Keselowski lead him to the green. Harvick's going to lead. Stewart's putting on a show in the opening lap.
Oh, my God, I can't believe that. I mean, that turn 1 and 2 was just unreal. Look at it.
They didn't think he wouldn't come in the race. Made a bad mistake in thinking otherwise. Look at this.
Good Lord, I tell that car's like shot out of a rocket.
Up to 7th. Started 12th.
And usually the high line is something that you'll hold on to for later in a run. After you run 6, 8 laps, maybe then start making your way up. Tony went right there and made up a lot of spots.
Now, part of that worked for Stewart was set up by the guy in first place in the outside row not being able to get going on the start. That's Brad Keselowski in that too.
It's just so hard. It's almost impossible that the driver that's starting on the outside of the front row cannot get going. You try to make it happen. You try to be easy with the throttle. You try to go hard, anticipate. You just cannot make it happen, and it jams everything up from behind.
Watch the yellow too there.
Yeah, and you can see right here that he's trying to get eased up there a little bit where he's not getting it all at once, but then as he tries to lay the throttle to it.
And they all know it. All the drivers know that that's a challenge. They're planning for it, and still just nothing you can do.
Brad trying to make up a spot. 43, Aric Almirola. Running in 5th place, Keselowski trying to get by him. Stewart closing in from the back. When you walk around the garage area race day, as is sort of custom, and you ask crew chiefs who have all the data and the lap times and speeds of people to keep an eye on, they all mention Kevin Harvick, but a lot of them mention Jeff Gordon and Brad Keselowski as a few to keep an eye on. Here's Tony Stewart picking up another spot around Almirola for 6th.
And there was one other name that I heard, a driver that led here last year until had some engine problem. That was Clint Boyer. A lot of people said that his car looked really good throughout a longer run.
Here's Gordon, 24, looking for 3rd place on Matt Kenseth.
You can't ever count Matt Kenseth out of a race on a track like this. He is just so good with the throttle. If this car is anywhere close for him at the end, he'll have a chance.
And now Keselowski continuing to try and regain lost ground from the slip at the start.
Well, we talk about differently, and I won't belabor the point of the restarts, but that outside is just so bad. And, you know, a lot of places we can say, well, the banking here or there's something else. This is a flat front straightaway, and it's just impossible. And the inside line doesn't have the problem. It's just something about it. If the drivers could figure it out, or if I could figure out and tell them, I could probably make a lot of money.
Have something to sell there, would you?
Yeah, I guarantee it.
Harvick, Larson, Gordon, Keselowski, Kenseth, Stewart. Your top 6. Here comes Carl Edwards. Whoop, that lane got shut off.
It did in a hurry. It will be interesting to see as this race progresses and we see Kyle Larson, Jeff Gordon taking that 2nd spot away here. Who is good right now and who is going to be good later as this racetrack cools off somewhat?
Yeah, I was looking at where you're talking about the crews, how they track performance in practice. They make graphs of their lap times because they fall off so quickly here, and they look at how steep the graph is. How quickly does your car fall off, or the other way, which would be the way you want it, is not to fall off very much. And it looks like that Gordon had one of the best cars in that respect. Maybe not the fastest single lap time, but his car does hold on well.
Mentioned Jamie McMurray. In that one of the drivers needing a win to get in. Joey Logano is in. Has 3 wins already. This a moment ago.
That's one way to get by.
It is. I'm not sure that he ever touched him. May have been a slight touch, but you can get there and just get a car really loose at this racetrack because he's already loose. Just taking a little bit more airway.
Bet you could ask Jamie McMurray. He would say he did get tapped.
Well, that's where the 2-driver thing would come in to different viewing points there.
3rd place changing hands.
Yeah, this 2 car looks pretty solid.
So the numbers that came up most often in my little informal stroll around the garage pole are now running 1, 2, and 3. Numbers 4, 24, and 2. Harvick, Gordon, and Keselowski.
Yeah, Harvick's just kind of an extension from last night with the whipping he put on the Nationwide boys.
Absolutely. Weren't with us last night. There were 195 laps in the NASCAR Nationwide Series race. Kevin Harvick led 159 of them, the last 159. Somebody else led the opening 30 whatever, and it was Harvick from then on to the finish. He's out in front early tonight again. Just underway tonight with the Oral-B USA 500 for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, Atlanta Motor Speedway. The white and black 4 car of Kevin Harvick is the race leader. He started on the pole. He's led all of the laps so far. Jeff Gordon trying to close in. Gordon up to second place in the blue number 24. With Brad Keselowski in third place. A few seconds behind Gordon now in his yellow number 2. So there's Harvick. There's Gordon. Here comes Keselowski and a new 4th place runner. Tony Stewart just picked up his 8th spot in the race, and he's up to the number 4 position.
Yeah, certainly an impressive start to this race for Tony Stewart and this race team.
Now, I talked about how Harvick's been so good. He's really got something here at this racetrack. He's evidently not sharing it with Tony because Harvick's running right on the bottom, and Tony's done all of this passing on the high side of the racetrack.
So Tony in 4th, 8 seconds behind leader Kevin Harvick. There's Harvick exiting turn number 2 right there, already catching some lap traffic and putting some at the tail end of the field a lap down. 32 J.J. Yaley is the 38th place car going a lap in arrears. So a few laps ago, something that we've seen before, but we rarely see, and probably a good thing, when Kevin Harvick had something flash before his eyes. Literally.
What was that?
Almost hit a cat. Cat just ran right in front of me. He said they had one in the infield.
Oh, I thought I'd seen it all.
My goodness.
Hope it wasn't a black one.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
He's had pretty good luck so far.
You can see. Yeah, I don't know how he got there, but he was probably wondering the same thing, the cat. If that's what it was.
That's what Harvick said it was. That's what we're going to go with. He had a good look at it.
Well, the cat had good instincts to get out of the way of that race car at 200 miles an hour going off into turn 1. 31, Ryan Newman. 11, Denny Hamlin. 22, Joey Logano. And let's throw Eric Almirola in that 43 in there. This is 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. I heard a few people throw Denny Hamlin's name and number out there as somebody to watch tonight.
Yeah, you almost always have to here at Atlanta. Denny's really good here.
Yeah, another one of those drivers coming back Kenseth that really likes it, knows how to use that throttle. And that's what you have to do here. Takes care of his tires, so you know that Denny's going to be a part of the mix. But you can already see how these times and the speeds are slowing down. And that's whenever you see these drivers that like this type of racing really start coming to the front.
Well, this is a part of the run where things kind of change. You're going to see who has a really good chassis set up for a long run. They'll start kind of floating to the top of the standings. And looks like Harvick's car is holding out pretty well. I thought I saw the 24 start to make a move on him, but it kind of stalled in these last couple of laps.
Yeah, now we're into the point where we're beyond the number of laps that anybody ran consecutively in practice. So now we're into finding out what you thought you knew from a driver and team perspective. Dale Jr. moving up.
Hey, you run those 10, 15 lap runs and you think you can project that out, okay, and say this is how it's going to be in 20, 25, 30, but you really don't know at this track because of the way this surface is going to wear on the tires. You may think you have a good car in the long run. It turns out you had a good 15-lap run car, but maybe not a good 40-lap run car.
Dale Jr. in the 88 did not qualify all that well, started back in 20th place, but said he thought he had a better race trim car than that. We'll see. He's got some ground to make up. Again, he's only moved up 2 positions since the start of the race. Sunset, no longer a factor for the drivers. Cloud cover helped him out. Kevin Harvick doesn't need any help. Well, maybe other than with wild cats running around. The RLB USA 500 for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, live from the Atlanta Motor Speedway. About to hit the 50-mile mark of this one, caution-free so far. Kevin Harvick has led all of the laps in the early going. Don't forget tomorrow, final rounds of the biggest drag race meet of the year, the Chevrolet Performance U.S. Nationals from Lucas Oil Raceway in Indianapolis. They're on ESPN2 starting at noon Eastern Time on Labor Day. They'll be flat flying.
That's the big go up there in Indy.
Out at Raceway Park. Next weekend, the action moves on to Richmond International Raceway. Some great short track racing. Friday night, the Nationwide Series at 7 Eastern on ESPN2. And next Saturday night, we're on ABC with the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Our telecast presented by AutoZone. Who makes the chase? Who doesn't? We'll find out starting at 7 Eastern Time. And that one really could shape up to you win and you're in, you don't and you're not.
Wow. It'll be a good one.
Kevin Harvick adding just a little bit to his lead on Jeff Gordon. While you were away, it's up to 5 seconds now over Gordon. While Brad Keselowski is 11 seconds back in third, and we might have another sighting of wildlife in the area.
Squirrel sitting over in turn 3 and 4. I would not doubt if they do a caution. If it's kind of running around out there. They tried to catch it before the race. Just keep that in mind. What is it? It's a squirrel. It's not wearing a helmet. Not one of them squirrels. A real squirrel.
That's fun.
I guess the cat's chasing the squirrel around the infield. 'Cause that was a cat that ran out in front of Harvick.
It would really be appropriate if it were a mouse that were over there.
Yeah.
But
there might be one of those too.
Well, Kevin Harvick is putting out some lap times and putting a lot of folks a lap down in this quick run. It's not been without its moments, though, for the race leader. This a couple of laps ago off of turn 4.
Yeah, the only thing that slowed his progress any whatsoever is Justin Allgaier right there. Woo. That's what you don't want to see when you've got a car that's this good, is something happening right in front of you.
Yeah, it looked like he had thoughts of going in between them, and maybe not.
Easy.
Yeah.
But when you have a 5-second lead, you can back out and say, okay.
Order clear. Good job.
What is that on Jimmy Johnson's car?
Well, it looks like there's obviously some kind of debris. I'm not sure where it came from, though. Hooked on the hood pins.
They're talking about being distracted.
Yeah, that would be.
Big rubber strap or something that's blown around in the wind that he's picked up.
That gives you a good idea of the airflow over the car.
I don't know how you concentrate with that flying around.
Here's 4th place. Caution is out. I believe I heard race control say debris on the racetrack. I'll confirm that.
So all we've seen and heard is a good shot.
Yeah. Squirrels, cats. Is there a full moon tonight? Just asking.
That's all we need here for 500 miles.
Might be the source of debris right here. We're watching the right rear tire as it comes off.
That
Yeah.
right there might be where Jimmy Johnson picked up his little passenger.
It might be where some of the other debris that is on the racetrack was from.
Yeah, this first run, the track's kind of green, and like we were talking about, somebody that had a car that may be a little imbalanced. That one may be working the right rear just a little bit hard.
Kevin Harvick lapped almost half the field in that first run.
Yeah, 22nd place Austin Dillon's the last car on the lead lap. Danica Patrick there in the 10 car is the first one a lap down in 23rd place.
Long night for the crews. It's a really hot day. They're going to make a lot of pit stops. Tires are not going to last very long, so they're going to have to be replacing them at every opportunity.
And it's still 86 degrees out. These crews have been here at work all day long. And they're going to be working hard all night long. Pit road's still closed. You see the flashing red lights there, right side of your screen. while the field is all gathered up and sorted in the proper order before they'll open the pit lane and the pit stops will commence. Tony Stewart running fourth, Jamie.
Well, he's already gained 8 positions, and on the radio, it doesn't sound like he's missed any races at all. It's back to focusing on the car at hand, and he just told his crew chief, Chad Johnston, he needs help at both ends of his car. He said it just gave up a little bit. They want to make an adjustment to help him in the first third of the run, which is where he made all the passes. So the car is pretty good. It'll just be an air pressure adjustment and 4 tires when he does pit.
All right, Jamie, thanks. So Tony Stewart from 12th to 4th in the opening run of the race. A lot of that in the first couple of laps when he went 3 wide to the top.
Yeah, but you can hear what just that statement about both ends of the car giving up. And that's why it's such a challenge to get the right adjustment here, because what happens is you kind of use up one end, then the other end starts giving you trouble. So it's really hard for the driver to dissect where the car really needs to be adjusted. And that's why the crew chief is really challenged here to try to get those things right.
Seen that debris flapping around on Jimmy Johnson's car.
Whatever is stuck on my car appears to be hooked around the front hood pins. That's a piece of tire, obviously, but I think it'll come off pretty easily.
Well, they'll get the chance to remove that here. Pit road is open. They were waiting to sort out whether Casey Mears had remained on the lead lap at time of caution or not. He has been sent around the pace car. Danica Patrick will get the free pass as the first car lapped down, and here they come onto the pit road now. Jamie?
All about tires tonight. You talked to all these crew chiefs. They expected 10 pit stops tonight. That's how long and grueling this hot race is going to be. The 2 of Brad Keselowski said he needs help with drive off, air pressure adjustment, 4 tires. They take a tear off the windshield. They work on the left-hand side. They'll fill them up with Sunoco fuel. Meanwhile, the 14 of Tony Stewart, as I mentioned, air pressure adjustment, 4 tires, Dave.
With cars between himself and second place Jeff Gordon, Kevin Harvick got a nice run onto pit road. 4 tires, Sunoco fuel, and an air pressure adjustment for a tight race car. He will be the first off of pit road. Jeff Gordon's car, really good, but just wanted a little bit more, a little less loose off the corner for him.
Our Pennzoil race off pit road, little track position just changed hands. Matt Kenseth and Denny Hamlin's teams for Joe Gibbs Racing with excellent stops to pick their drivers up some spots. Still under caution in the Oral-B USA 500. Quick reminder that you can check out NASCAR.com/RaceBuddy for enhanced race action tonight. From here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, all the HD onboard cameras and more available for you there. This is a rather eventful trip down pit road. First of all, Carl Edwards is just leaving the pit lane after being called down the pit road by NASCAR from 5th position. There's a scoring transponder that's mounted on the side of the trunk at the back of each car in a prescribed location. NASCAR asked Edwards' team to replace the transponder on the bottom of their car. So there's the crew doing that. He'll be given his position back on the racetrack after that, fulfilling that request from NASCAR. Now, some track position that changed hands. Traffic. You wouldn't think on a 1.5-mile track pit road would get tight, but it does.
Always does here at Atlanta for some reason. Not only is the track slick, the pit spots are stalls are slick also. And they're a little bit on the tight side from a driver's standpoint. You see Tony's at the back of his, but having to take a little bit of caution to get out around the 31, make sure he doesn't hit someone else, kind of back things up, cost him some spots.
And that bottled up Brad Keselowski, who was pitted behind Tony, so both of them lost some spots in part because of having to get around the traffic. Now, the debris on Jimmy Johnson's car.
Yeah, they used to pull to try to dislodge it from the hood pins. They didn't quite be successful.
Are you ready?
The very last second, tire carrier grabs it, gets it off.
And Matt Kenseth gained a bunch of spots on the stops.
Yeah, on this one, you said he gained 3 spots on this round of stops. That's Kenseth. He'll pass, looks like almost all 3 of these getting to his pit stall.
He's got the very first pit box as you come in. He does that a lot. That's a preference of Matt's. Even when he was driving at Rouse, this is something that he likes to do, get in and feel like they can get things done and he can work his way out of there. Picked up a lot of spots.
So Matt up to 3rd, Denny Hamlin up to 4th. Good stops for the Joe Gibbs Racing team. You see Carl Edwards has resumed his place in line in 5th position with Tony Stewart outside of him in 6th. On the front row, Kevin Harvick, who held the lead in the pit stops, and Jeff Gordon, who held 2nd. And now Gordon finds himself in that slippery position of having to get that outside line going on the restart.
I believe we've seen him in this position before, and it created kind of a bottled up situation, and some people got some damage.
It was on lap 30 of last year's race.
So he's well aware of the position that he's in, and I'm sure he'll search around and try to find it and work the throttle as gingerly as he can without losing too much. But let's see.
He pretty well nailed it.
He got a little bit of a rolling start there that kind of helped him a little, but you can still see that Harvick's going to beat him down into turn 1.
Jamie McMurray, the one trying to use that outside line on this restart, had some people pop up in line in front of him to keep him from trying to blast around and rim ride through the first couple of corners.
Yeah, sure did. A lot of people took notice of what Tony did early on, whether it was them getting past or they could see it up ahead of them.
Keselowski 2 by Carl Edwards. That's 5th place. Stewart and Joey Logano next in line.
How big of an adjustment is it? I mean, these lap times were 2 or 3 seconds slower at the end of that run than they are right now. For the driver to adjust to that, I mean, how much different is it?
Yeah, it's a huge difference in the way that you go about attacking the racetrack and the things that you can do. You know that this is a time you can really make some time. But once again, you have to remind yourself, be very careful. Yeah, I could run 20 really hard laps here, and those last 20 or 25 laps I'm going to run, I'm going to be out of control.
We always get some long green flag runs in this race, and the more damage you do in the early laps, if this happens to be one of those long green flag runs, the harder you're going to fall later on.
Kyle Larson was one that struggled with his car. Here goes Stewart. See Carl Edwards just kind of pull over and let Tony go. Carl's car doesn't look like that it takes off very well here on fresh tires. I don't know if that's an air pressure thing or just their setup. He did run very steady, though, throughout that first run.
You can see him hooking that bottom lane and throwing sparks off the splitter bar.
Brian Vickers, 55, another of the win-to-get-in drivers who's just too far back on points to to get one of those final chase places. In fact, there are 3 of those cars right there. 55 Vickers, 42 Larson, and 1 McMurray. The racing for 11th, 12th, and 13th as Denny Hamlin in the 11 moves up to 3rd position. Larson was in position to try and gain a chase place on points. Had a terrible time last weekend at Bristol. It dropped him enough ground back that he knows it's probably win to get in. And Jim, right now he's in 12th spot.
Yeah, Alan, remember he started 3rd too. The problem was they've been loose ever since they unloaded. So after final practice, they made big changes to try to tighten that car up. They started the race off tonight and we're way too tight. Kyle Larson said he could barely get around the racetrack. He can't run the high line that he'd love to run most of the time. They made a big wedge adjustment on that first pit stop. We'll see if that helps the 42.
Remember, he started in 3rd position. You see him racing with Kurt Busch there. Look at the thermometer we have inside Larson's car. Check that out. You think it's warm in your office?
Yeah, see, 153 degrees. Yeah, just an idea of what these drivers go through. I can tell you that on days and nights like this, when the temperature, outside temperature is that, and I've had thermometers in my car, I would generally lose 10 or 11 pounds in a race. Had one in Pocono where after a race similar to this, a day like this, I lost 17 pounds. So that just shows you what these drivers go through.
Wow. And as you watch Larson from our Pennzoil telemetry, check the miles per hour number into the corner. That's 196 miles an hour at 154 degrees. Wrapped in long johns. If you're new to NASCAR, he's got fireproof, fire-resistant long underwear on under that suit, which is made of at least 2 layers of fire-resistant material. Plus, he's got the gloves, the helmet, the skirt around the helmet to keep fire out in the event of a problem. That's a lot to be wearing in 156-degree temperatures.
Yeah, you just add temperature to that, what your temperature is in there by having all that. Stuff that is obviously necessary for you to wear as a driver. Seeing Larson down here on the bottom side of this racetrack as they made this adjustment to the car. Not where he really likes to be, and he would rather be up against the wall, but after seeing Kevin Harvick last night, as he goes to the wall now, just searching around trying to find some speed out of this car somewhere.
Casey Kane there racing Larson for a spot. Heard from Casey on the pace laps. He knows what's at stake tonight and next week at Richmond for him. Someone worth watching tonight, someone who's had a lot of success here in Atlanta, Kurt Busch in that 41 car, Vince.
Yeah, he's won here 3 times. He started 22nd today. He's already up 10 spots to 12th. I was talking to crew chief Daniel Canoes before the race today, and he said he'd already taken 4 aspirin, if that was giving you any kind of an indication of how difficult a race this is, not just for the drivers, but for the crew chiefs in giving the driver, namely this one, Kurt Busch, the kind of car he needs, the feel that he needs. It's a real challenge for the driver here, and it's a real challenge for the crew chief as well.
Kurt trying to get 11th position from Brian Vickers. Not quite able to close the deal in that set of corners. Little shy of 100 miles tonight here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Every lap that's been run so far has been led by the car that started on pole, Kevin Harvick. He is freaky fast in this one. The headline story of the weekend here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway has been Tony Stewart's return to the cockpit of his 14 machine. Rousing ovation from the fans at driver introductions. And a rousing start to the race for Stewart. Roaring 3 wide into the first few laps, sets of corners, to move up from his 12th starting spot into the top 5. Stewart falling back a little bit on the opening pit stop when he got pinched in traffic, but now has moved back into 5th position, passing Matt Kenseth and Carl Edwards in the last series of laps. Stewart running 10.6 seconds behind the race leader Kevin Harvick, who was one of those drivers we talked about at the top of our part of the broadcast, to people coming in saying this was their favorite track and so on and so on. Well, Kevin was right there at the top of that quote sheet. Talked about Atlanta being one of his very favorite racetracks and how much he loves running here. If passion for a place has anything to do with it, it's certainly showing up in laps led.
There's no doubt about that. He's just found a feel for this racetrack that a lot of others really haven't. I think they've tried a lot, but they just, they see what Kevin's doing. They have the opportunity to watch it, to be around him. But doing that and knowing the feel that he has for his race car and being able to work the pedals inside of his race car, he's just incredible.
Dave Burns is covering the race leader for us tonight. David?
Alan, I talked to Kevin's crew chief tonight, Rodney Childers, about last night, and he just laughed when I asked him about it. When Kevin led 81% of the laps for his 3rd Nationwide Series win here, he said he gets around here well, he knows what he wants, but he and Ernie Cope have something figured out. I said, and you and Kevin here? And then he kind of smiled again, and he said, if this thing goes green for long periods of time, you might see exactly what you saw last night, and so far, that is true.
That's Rodney at the far end of the pit bench there, kind of hidden behind the race engineers. With the laps he's led tonight, Kevin Harvick has crossed the 1,000 laps led mark this season. First time in his career that he's led 1,000 laps in a year. And why not? He's been phenomenal right from the start of the season.
Yeah, we talked about him liking this racetrack, but he's pretty much like most tracks this year. This team put together a really good group around Kevin Harvick, and they have meshed extremely well, and he's just so talented. I think he's probably showing up more this year than any year. It's just how talented Kevin Harvick is as a driver.
Yeah, you talked about how drivers call this one of their favorite racetracks. With Kevin keeps this up, it's not going to be their favorite anymore. It's just going to be his.
Yeah.
It's not much fun watching him lead all these laps for them.
There's an ebb and flow to a race season, like there is any other professional sport that has a long season. Whether it's PGA Tour golf or Major League Baseball, there's an ebb and flow to a season. Kevin and his team started out hot. Got their 2 wins fairly early on in the season, led a lot of laps. Lately have run well, but finished second a lot. As we approach NASCAR's Chase, this sport's version of the playoffs, how important in the ebb and flow of things do you believe momentum is, and getting past that second place thing he's kind of been stuck on and getting back to victory lane?
Well, I think that is important. I think that will set them right where they want to be if they can get back to victory lane in one of these next 2 weeks in both of these racetracks, here tonight and next week at Richmond, some of Kevin's favorites. I'd also know that in talking to Kevin, they're doing exactly what they feel like they need to do to be ready when the chase starts. They know how important it's going to be, more so than ever before, to be ready for the chase to start, because you've only got 3 races there to have 3 good races. Otherwise, you might be on the sidelines, on the outside looking in.
Yeah, but I think this team's well positioned for that. They started out the season hot as a firecracker, and they're a new team, so they had to get to know each other a little bit. Yeah, they could have won a couple more races if they had done a few things right and some circumstances had changed. But if you go in the garage area and talk to everybody, say, what's the fastest car in here right now? Well, it's usually the 4 car. So I think they're in a good position to do that.
Well, there are a lot of people watching that 4 car's performance tonight and scratching their heads a little bit, Jamie.
Certainly, and Brad Keselowski is one of them, running 4th right now. This was his radio communication recently.
11 chasing an 06. The leaders are running 60s and 70s.
I don't know how to get that, Paul. I don't know where that's at. Sure, it's out there. I just don't know what to ask for other than overall grip to get it.
We'll keep working on it here. We've got a long ways to go.
Well, his spotter went on to tell him, you think you're running low? You see, Brad, he's really trying to get those left side tires on the yellow line. They told him that's what Harvick's doing. He's getting below the yellow line, and Brad said, my car's just not tough enough. I need more grip to do that. Jim?
Clint Boyer is another driver who's marveling at what Kevin Harvick is doing right now. He asked his spotter, where is Kevin driving? And was told he is driving so much deeper into the turns than anybody else, it's not funny. He said, Clint, just keep digging. These leaders, including Kevin Harvick, are flying in a much different world. I'd love to be able to play you some radio for Clint, but his reply was probably something we can't tell you about. But he was told that when he hits that same Harvick line, he's one of the fastest cars on the track.
We appreciate the live editing there, Jim.
Yeah, that was it right there. That corner you saw from Clint was basically what Harvick's doing, and it's a matter of inches, what we're talking about. I mean, he's getting down below that yellow line and finding a little bit of grip.
Yeah, and I'm going to dispute what the spotter was relaying there just a little bit. Kevin's car looked like he drives it way off in there. What Kevin does is he uses very little brake here, so it looks like his car really sails off into the corner. He doesn't drive down to a point, jump out of the gas. He drives it down and is rolling out of the throttle, so his car's actually still pulling, but now he's got it set. He lets the car take a set, but he's back to the throttle so much sooner and drives it around the corner with the throttle. You can see how much he's working the throttle.
You can see from that shot even just how much longer his left front tire is either on or below that yellow line through the corner. We see the other cars get to that line, but he stays on it longer than anyone. Look how long he stays on that line through the corner.
No lower than 151 miles an hour through the center of the corner on our Pennzoil telemetry for race leader Kevin Harvick. Past 100 miles, Harvick has led all of the laps so far. Just the one caution in the event for debris that came back at lap 37. We're working the 75th lap of the night now. Quick reminder, Dick's Sporting Goods Kickoff Week continues on ESPN tomorrow, 8 Eastern Time. Duke Johnson and the Miami Hurricane travel to Louisville to face the Louisville Cardinals, headed by Coach Bobby Petrino. Their ACC debut coming up tomorrow night, and you'll see it, Miami and Louisville. Presented by Capital One, Monday night at 8 Eastern on ESPN. Caution out for the second time tonight here in Atlanta. Jeff Gordon running second into the wall in turn number 3. And some pretty good damage to the right side of this 24 car.
See right here as he goes down into turn 3, just will not turn. Has the makings and looks of a tire going down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Left front tire, guys.
Left.
And 4, come on down, you're good down. Come right down pit road.
Left front. Interesting. So here come the leaders. Pit road is open. Now Denny Hamlin up to second behind Kevin Harvick. Vince?
And hitting the first pit box is the 20 of Matt Kenseth. The rear grip much better after an earlier wedge adjustment. Could use some more front turns, so they're going to go up a half round on the track bar in 4 tires. Jamie?
It was an air pressure adjustment for the first stop, but Brad said he didn't feel much of a difference, but the key was the car got better on the longer run. Jim?
4 tires and a wedge adjustment for Denny Hamlin, who says his car gets better as the track changes. They'll fill him up with Sunoco fuel and send him on his way, Dave.
Leader Kevin Harvick, a 4-tire change, Sunoco fuel, and air pressure into the right front. That's going back on an adjustment they had last time. Hamlin will win off pit road, but Kevin's car went loose.
Be the first time somebody other than Harvick's led all night. Denny Hamlin's pit crew gets him the number 1 spot. Jeff Gordon in trouble. And the caution is out for the second time in this race. Back live under caution at the Oral-B USA 500, NASCAR Sprint Cup Series race here in Atlanta, just reaching its 1/4 mark. This is the latest yellow brought out when Jeff Gordon hit the wall in turn 3 after the left front tire on his car went down. New leader in the race, Denny Hamlin. As we check out the fastest 4-tire pit stop in the race, brought to you by Sprint. No surprise, it was the one just done by Denny Hamlin's team. Look at that number.
11.2. And guess what? His first stop, 11.8. He's yet to make one over 12 seconds.
Pit crew's getting it done. Stay connected to the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series with the Sprint Family Share Pack. 20 gigabytes of high-speed data to share, plus unlimited talk and text for $100 a month. Learn more at sprint.com/datashare.
He started 17th. Past 5 of those guys just on pit stops.
And the comparison there to Kevin Harvick's team.
Yeah, Harvick's team put down a pretty good one too, but it's not in
Driver's,
the same range.
driver's best friend right there, the good pit crew.
So Harvick now not leading for the first time all night.
All good. Not really, but okay. Yeah, it's 10-4. I don't know what they got going on. They picked up like 6 spots the first one.
Well, they, being Denny Hamlin's team, are doing a great job so far. Now, another big development under the caution, Clint Bowyer's car. I was looking as the leaders were leaving pit road. He was just getting to pit road. And now we find out why.
Your shifter's broke. Son of a Is it in your hand or just won't go in nothing? It's in my hand, just wobbly.
So the shifter lever broken. Where'd we see this? Jimmy Johnson. Was that Watkins Glen or Michigan? Michigan.
Yeah, this is a little more serious though because it won't even go into high gear. He could have kept running. And boy, this team does not need this. They were right there at that, racing for that cutoff.
Bowyer 15th in the chase grid, just 31 points ahead of 17th place Kyle Larson. And the job for them, basically get through tonight and next week at Richmond without having any problems, and they were going to be okay. Well, they've got problems now.
Sure do. It puts a whole new light and focus on this race for Kyle Larson and his race team now.
Yes, it does.
Along with Casey King.
So while Bowyer's crew works back in the garage, the pace car's off and we're going racing again out on the track. Kevin Harvick's been hugging the bottom all night. Now let's see how he does in the outside lane.
He hasn't even passed a lap car on the outside. He's letting them slide up and taking care of them from the bottom side. Does get a nice run to get back to that second spot. Let's see if Denny Hamlin can hold him off.
Look at Denny. He's not going to let him have the bottom, though, is he?
Why would you?
Yeah. Well, it looks like he starts pretty good up top, too. See, he bottom out right there pretty good, though.
Sure did. Now I know why he doesn't go up there. I believe Harvick would have won that race.
Yeah, he would have. By about the same distance, he beat Jeff Gordon in that famous finish way back here in 2001.
Yeah, the last time these guys were racing side by side for the lead, it didn't turn out good for Denny Hamlin. That was last week at Bristol.
This is not going to turn out good either, but a lot better than the result of that last week.
Ooh, had to lift a little bit there.
Yep. And this car is just good enough to stay there. It's a really good car. I don't know that once Harvick gets in front that Denny can hang too close to it. He's not giving this up easy at all. In fact, Bobby just, sometimes as a driver, you get forced into finding something that your car may like, and Denny Hamlin may have just found that. If he hasn't done anything else, he's made Kevin Harvick aware that he has a fast race car and that on restarts or something should come about late in the race that he's going to be there to deal with.
So Hamlin, Harvick, now Kenseth, Keselowski, and Edwards. Kenseth getting past there by Keselowski. That'll be for third place. Kyle Larson, Kurt Busch, Tony Stewart. 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Well, Tony's pit crew has lost a couple of spots for him on both the first couple of stops, but his car doesn't look like that it's quite as good now. Probably the racetrack starting into a changing cycle right about this time as it started to cool down some and got a lot more rubber than at the beginning of this race.
Jamie?
Well, Well, DJ, to your point about the pit stops, Tony Stewart's team's actually getting it done about 12.5 seconds per stop. But Tony came on the radio and said he was frustrated with Ryan Newman. He's pitting right in front of him, and he's stopping short in his box, and it's causing Tony to waste a couple of seconds on exit. And meanwhile, his car, it's a little bit loose to start. It gets a little bit tight. They made a track bar and air pressure adjustment on that last stop.
Yeah, good point there, Jamie. I'll take that. I remember that back to the first one. Didn't see the second one there, but the crew getting the job done. Very frustrating as a driver then to with yourself in that position. Again, these boxes are pretty small. You see Tony stopping at the very back of his, but Ryan Newman's got the right rear of his hung out there. That's going to mean a sharp turn for you, so you really can't get in the gas the way that you want to. You've got cars coming around you on the outside. Let's see what happens right here. Yeah, having to be really careful because of all of that.
So Tony Stewart back to where he started, running in 12th place. Problems earlier and putting himself back on the chase bubble. The problem for Bowyer, opportunity not only for Kyle Larson, but for Casey Kane as well, because they came into the race. Larson was 26 points behind Greg Biffle, and Kane was 33 points behind Biffle. Now look where they stand, and Biffle's not having a very good night. He's in 23rd place, a lap down to the race leader. And so that whole bubble that we thought spread out so much last week at Bristol, with one problem for Clint Bowyer, all of a sudden collapses right back together again.
Well, it's going to be a nail-biting time for 400 laps at Richmond next Saturday night if this continues like this. Casey Kane's made kind of a nice comeback. Started up towards the front after starting 10th, fell back to 19th, and now has made his way back forward inside the top 10 again.
And again, just not a great night for Greg Biffle in the 16. Started 18th. Hasn't gone anywhere.
No, the times that you've seen this car struggle the most throughout the year are places that don't have a lot of grip. You get to places like Michigan and some others like that Kansas that has a lot of grip, newly repaved and things like that. They have been able to have some success. But it's been really difficult for them, and I think it's really showing up here again tonight, Dave.
DJ, no rear grip to start the race, and then in the last run, the car very, very loose as well. He was in the lucky dog position for just a bit, but then fell out of that, so he pitted 23rd. They made adjustments for him to make the car tighter, and it started out too tight at the beginning of the run with no right rear grip, so a struggle all night long for Greg so far, and it's not getting a lot better.
So Biffle again back in 23rd place. He's the fourth car, one lap down at the moment. Kevin Harvick dominated early. Denny Hamlin got the lead on the last set of pit stops. They fought hard on the restart, but Hamlin has prevailed, and he's out front by half a second now. Skyline of downtown Atlanta, a little bit away from the Atlanta Motor Speedway where the Oral-B USA 500 approaches its 1/3 mark. We're just past 150 miles in this one. Be a little Major League Baseball matinee for you from Turner Field, downtown Atlanta tomorrow. Chase Utley and the Phillies here to take on Freddie Freeman and the Braves. The Braves continuing to scrap for a playoff spot if they can. Then after that one, Michael Brantley and the Indians in the Motor City to face the Tigers. Will Miggy be in the lineup or not? Miguel Cabrera. That's tomorrow at 4 Eastern. Major League Baseball Labor Day. Baseball 1 and 4 on ESPN and live on Watch ESPN. And as we race under green here in Atlanta, quick reminder about NASCAR.com/RaceBuddy with all the HD live race views and more for you. That's where you find it. Denny Hamlin, second leader of this race. Kevin Harvick dominant early for the first 1/4 of the race. Harvick led every lap. Then on a round of pit stops at the 1/4 mark, Hamlin's crew got about ahead of Harvick. Kevin raced him hard for the opening 2 laps after the restart, but Hamlin prevailed and has been able to put a little bit of a gap. Back to Harvick now. There it is. That's 1.3 seconds between first and second place.
You watch Denny drive around here, you'd think that they just switched the numbers on the cars.
Yeah, I know. It looks like he's running the exact line that Harvick was running earlier. It started working really well.
Other stories on the night. We saw Clint Boyer back in the garage earlier. He's just come back onto the racetrack. Clint is 22 laps down in 42nd place. Only 1 car's out of the race so far. Mike Bliss retired with a vibration after the 23rd lap. Boyer's going to look like a hero out there because he's out there on fresher tires than some of these guys. Tony Stewart, Carl Edwards, 11th and 12th. They were racing for 4th and 5th, and then 5th and 6th earlier.
And on that restart there, it looked like Carl, I thought maybe that the track maybe had kind of come to him, but it looked like maybe is a situation that they really tightened that race car up or something, and the fresh tires had him going forward, but he's now paying the price. He's still slipping back.
And that 4-letter word that everybody's in search of here in Atlanta tonight and not finding, grip. This from Carl Edwards.
Goodness, that's wheeling it around here now. Yeah, there is a point of getting too far down, and we've seen Harvick down below that yellow line, but there's a point in the center of the corner, especially if you get that left front tire there, it actually hooks it really bad then and does exactly what Carl was facing there. He did a nice job of saving that.
Yeah, it's just a matter of inches or even fractions of an inch right there.
And that's at 150 miles an hour. Well, Harvick's gotten a run. So Kevin Harvick back out in front. As we've gotten into this run on tires, all of a sudden, Denny Hamlin's given up some speed. That happened in a hurry.
It was 24 laps into this run, though, that Hamlin was able to hold the lead. That's a pretty good stretch. And, you know, probably made an adjustment on the last stop. I say the 11 car did. They may need to make that same one again.
Got really loose here for some reason.
Yeah, you have to wonder if he doesn't have a tire going down now.
Hamlin?
Or wore it out, or the right rear like we saw.
Yeah, could be that.
earlier.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Andy.
Because we saw it was, what, just like 3 laps before that, the second and a third lead, and now he's in second place, Jim.
Yeah, but Alan, we've been monitoring that status. The only thing we heard was the radio selection that you just played from Denny Hamlin. Keep in mind, he's communicating with crew chief Wheeler, the interim crew chief, Michael Wheeler. This is his 5th race on the box in place of the suspended Darian Grubb. 1 more race before Darian Grubb comes back. The communication has been great between these two, but right now they are struggling with this loose condition.
There's Wheels. Now, struggling with a race car is an all-night long theme here in Atlanta. Every lap, every race.
Yeah, even whenever the tires are brand new and good out there, I mean, it's still a struggle to run the fast laps that you need to.
So after Hamlin led 26 laps, Kevin Harvick is back out in front. As we cross the 1/3 mark of this race, 2 drivers have led. Big story where the championship is concerned. Clint Boyer with a transmission problem that sent him back into the garage for 22 laps and has put him back on the bubble and actually just outside of a chase qualified position as they run now. And of course, the other major story of the night, Tony Stewart's return to racing after missing the last 3 weeks in the aftermath of the tragic accident that took the life of young Kevin Ward Jr. in upstate New York. Stewart starting this race in 12th position, running as high as 3rd position in the race, and now finds himself back in the 11th spot. Tony making his first and only public comments Friday here, expressing sympathy and thoughts for the Ward family, expressing thanks to the racing community for its support, and said that being back in a race car would help him get through this difficult time. Concurrently to that, the officials in upstate New York said that the investigation into that accident would continue for a couple of more weeks. Denny Hamlin continuing to slip back now into the clutches of 3rd place Brad Keselowski.
Andy, I'd have to say it's more of what you were talking about there, that he's just wearing that right rear tire out. Probably running and trying to stay right there on the bottom. Easy to do.
Yeah, and he took the lead and felt like it was important to hold that lead for clean air, and probably ran the car a little bit harder than he had been. And like you said, the tires just paid the price, and you see it at the late part of the run.
Ran 37 laps, then ran 34 laps between caution flags. Right now, we're at 30 laps of green flag racing. Kevin Harvick back out in front. I refuse to be blamed for jinxing it. But we got just past that 30-lap mark again, and another caution's come out here in Atlanta. This time Ryan Truex spun off of turn number 4, the commitment cone. They're significantly flattened out in the tri-oval grass. Truex has continued after a stop for fresh tires on the pit lane. Here come the leaders. Can Kevin Harvick's team hold the lead on this stop? Vince?
Matt Kenseth pitting from 4th is a little bit too free, needs a little more lateral grip, so they're going to go back on that previous track bar adjustment. 4 tires, been clean stops so far tonight. Jamie?
Brad Keselowski saying he's just a little tight in traffic, but better the longer they run. Didn't want to make any chassis adjustments here. The car's pretty good, Jim.
4 tires for Denny Hamlin. We told you he was significantly looser on that run. They will give him a track bar adjustment to try to snug him up, Dave.
Harvick's car was tight to the center of the corner. He'll get a wedge and air pressure adjustment. Here comes Hamlin. There goes Harvick. It's going to be Hamlin again.
Yeah, that's interesting. Denny Hamlin's crew continuing to be spot on tonight here in Atlanta.
Another 11.2 second stop.
So here's the reason for the yellow.
Yeah, just up in the middle of the racetrack, like it got loose. Did the right thing there. Kind of turned it left, locked it down out of harm's way.
No harm except to the cone.
Yeah, the cone. Took a beating.
And then collisions on pit road.
4, 3, 2, 1. Back him up, back him up.
Yeah. Big mistake by the rookie there. Cost him a lot of time on pit road.
So Kyle Larson's got some ground to make up now. We had a cat. Don't think it had a fiddle. If we hang on this shot and see a cow jump over the moon, then I'll know we're really in nursery rhyme land. As we come back live to Atlanta Motor Speedway in the Oral-B USA 500. I'm ready to go back racing with Denny Hamlin back in the lead and in command of the restart. Look at the work the 11 team's doing.
I'll tell you, that is some efficient pit work on a tough night, too. It's really hot down there, and the guy's doing a great job.
So Kevin Harvick back to second again.
Oh, good. I don't know what's good about that, though. Simmer down. It's all good. That long night here.
Yeah, and Harvick's team's doing a great job, too. I mean, 12-second stop, 12.1 last time. Can't complain too much about that, but if somebody makes an 11-second stop.
Little bottleneck in that outside lane.
Struggling big time on that outside lane.
Whoa, into the wall. Stewart looked like with some contact with Kyle Busch.
We just got run over big time.
For the lead, Matt Kenseth trying his teammate Denny Hamlin. Kurt Busch right there in the 41. And Kenseth now to the number 1 spot. Watch high in turn 2. Stewart 14, Kyle Busch 18.
Yeah, you can see Kyle Busch as he tried to exit the corner there, just slipped up. I think he knew that the 14 was there, but he just couldn't hold his car down.
Caution down, guys. Caution down. Coming straight to you.
Car just blew up.
Marcus Ambrose going right behind the wall, trailing a long stream of liquid behind that 9 car.
Okay, here's a question I asked crew chiefs in the garage this morning. If you have 5 laps on your tires and the caution comes out, are you going to come down pit road? And they said yes. Most of them said they would. Said their cutoff was like 2 laps. So they've run 5 laps under green. We'll see what they do. We know Tony Stewart's coming in, probably the 18 of Kyle Busch.
Ambrose, after the disappointment of coming up a spot short at Watkins Glen to A.J. Allmendinger, knew he had to try and win tonight or Richmond to make the chase.
See, you pull out a line and you had something going wrong.
Clint Boyer's view.
Oh yeah, you see the oil getting on the lens.
Watch it up. You're all good. You're all good. Keep coming, man. Keep coming.
Engine failures here at Atlanta have been a theme. A lot of them after halfway, some by drivers leading the race, particularly last year. But we're not quite to halfway in this one tonight. And Ambrose has had a major problem in the 9 car.
Crew chiefs are going to have a little bit of time here probably till they get pit road cleaned up to make that decision, Andy.
Yeah, they got a big mess down there. I think laid a bunch of oil down.
And pit road is closed while they work on that. So while we wait for the pit road to be open, we'll check with Jamie.
Well, just behind where they're cleaning up that mess is where Marcus Ambrose stopped it right here. Any indication that led to this?
Rattled it a little bit off turn 2 before it hemorrhaged, and it's done something pretty big there because it's lost a lot of oil. But I just pulled in here because I didn't want to ruin anyone's pit lane, and our night's done.
Tough night for the 9 car. Meanwhile, we do have Tony Stewart on pit road.
Yeah, Stewart and Kyle Busch not waiting for the pit road to be open to come in and get some attention paid to the right sides of their cars.
Quite a bit of damage to the right side of both of those cars. And you see that happen a lot on restarts here. Drivers just trying to get everything that they can. Tony had already wiggled back in the center of the corner a little bit, but he was up there in the high lane. I think Kyle Busch probably, along with this car going, he was chasing it up there, but just misjudged a little bit there, thinking that he was in front of the 14. And it's so hard to judge that. You go strictly by your speed that you're doing. Now, you can see the big wiggle right there. Yeah. Yeah, I had not seen that before. You just hit those seams. And that's what Kyle Busch was on with his left rear tire there. And a lot of times you hit that, you lose control. The back end slides out from under you. Tony Stewart at the wrong place at the wrong time there for that.
Working on getting that 14 as squared away as they can, Jamie.
Yes, and Chad Johnston, his crew chief, just said on the radio this is going to take a few pit stops to fix. You saw him jack it up on the right side. They were checking underneath, checking the components, making sure suspension is okay. So they're going to try to pull that fender out a little bit more and work on the damage. Meanwhile, he had to just pull out through all of that oil that was right outside of his pit box.
Yeah, you can see they just worked on the car, the damage. They didn't change the tires. They're going to wait till they get the car fixed before they put on a set of tires and potentially mess up a set of tires. So they do have 10 sets in the pits when this race starts. But most teams were, thinking that might be right at the limit of what they might use. They don't want to waste a set right now.
And they're going to have a number of caution laps to get ready for the full set of pit stops, because it is a big mess down there on the pit lane after Marcus Ambrose had his problems. Gives us a minute to check in the Quicken Loans ESPN pit studio. Michael?
And welcome into the Quicken Loans ESPN Pit Studio. Thank you, Alan. And so much to discuss here already as we approach halfway. Kevin Harvick certainly appears to have the strongest car. Do you see anybody who can run with him thus far?
Well, I mean, we keep looking at Denny Hamlin. He has some real good shots of excellence out there, I call it. I mean, as long as Kevin can hold the bottom of that racetrack, that's where his car wants to run. Every time he gets up high, that number 4 car seems to have a problem. But Denny's taking his line. When Denny gets to the bottom, Denny gets going. But he seems like his period that he can run fast is definitely shorter than Kevin's. So 11 car of Hamlin shoots out there, runs away, leads. Then Harvick seems to run him down a little bit as the run goes on.
To answer your question, no. There's no one that can run with Harvick. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, we saw Denny Hamlin. He was able to match Harvick on the short run there, but as time went on, the air pressures built up. Harvick seemed to get away from him again, get to the bottom of the racetrack and run his groove. But I was impressed with Hamlin. He showed a lot of speed. So after we get this pit stop, get some fresh tires on the car, it's going to be interesting to see who can make the adjustments to adjust to keep up with Kevin. Kevin's still class of 50.
And as you talk about those adjustments, lots of work going on pit road. Right now, teams trying to dial their machines in, trying to catch up with that 4 car, which has looked awfully dominant throughout the course of the evening. Don't go away, folks. Lots more to come here from the Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Big cleanup continues. Pit road still closed here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Gives us a minute to update you that tomorrow you could see the big final eliminations of the Chevy Performance U.S. Nationals. Biggest drag race of the year. tomorrow at noon Eastern, live on ESPN2. And next weekend, the action moves on to some short track racing in Virginia's capital. Richmond, Virginia, Richmond International Raceway, the Nationwide Series, Friday night, 7 Eastern, ESPN2, and the Chase deciding race. Our telecast presented by AutoZone on ABC next Saturday night at 7 Eastern time with Clint Boyer's problems earlier tonight. That makes that whole final positions on points picture a whole lot more interesting going into that Richmond race. And of course, if somebody can win that hasn't won yet this season, they're in to the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup that'll begin the following week at Chicagoland Speedway. Still waiting for pit road to be open. So far, the superstars on the pit lane have been Denny Hamlin's team, who twice now have gotten their driver the lead over Kevin Harvick on the pit lane. And as you note the gap between the times, we get more from Dave Burns.
Kevin Harvick has a good pit crew, but he's not happy about the situation, as you might expect. But crew chief Rodney Childers gives him an idea of why this might be happening.
Control the race. Just going to keep compounding problems. Can't start on the outside here. You're going to lose 2 or 3 spots. Just, I know you don't want to hear it, but absolutely unacceptable. Careful, man. We're not going to fix it tonight. We're having good stops for our guns. 11-7, 11-8. That's really good for us. We're not going to beat them guys on their guns right now. So we got to do the best we can.
Our guns and their guns. Sometimes you can have the best guys on pit road or the best gals on pit road, but technology can get ahead in this game, and it sounds like maybe the 11's ahead of the 4 this time, guys.
That's what it sounds like. I've heard that they had some special pit guns, the Gibbs guys, and they know how to use them too.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. Yeah, there's more to. You can have good ones, but you got to know what you're doing with them.
Right.
So 2 Joe Gibbs Racing cars in the top 2 spots right now, with Matt Kenseth leading Denny Hamlin, and of course then Kevin Harvick talking about that outside lane and not controlling the restart. And that's what happened on this last restart after the loss of track position on the pit lane.
It's just fortunate to have a really, really fast race car that he minimizes that damage with that, as he's able to come back and drive himself up there, as we see the incident back there once again between the 18 and the 14.
All right, they've got the oil dry down and swept up as best can be at this point. So the pit road going to be open here for the lead lap cars. With Matt Kenseth now in command.
They only have 5 green flag laps on these tires.
So what's it going to be?
You're going to see a split agenda here. I'm actually surprised that the leaders stayed out. This is going to make it interesting on the restart.
Jimmy Johnson in from 6th place, the first one. Jamie?
And Jimmy Johnson, the 48, balance just hasn't been quite right all week. And I talked to Jimmy before tonight, and he said, we're just trying to work in different areas, but our speed isn't great either. So they're putting 4 tires on here. They've been trying to adjust for tight conditions on the 48. Jim?
Kyle Larson's been really tight on that last run, Jamie. They're going to give him 4 tires, make a chassis adjustment, pull him up with Sunoco fuel. Kyle Larson's away.
I like getting tires here. I think we're getting set up here for a long run situation.
Martin Truex Jr. going to be first out. We'll see where he is going to restart.
It's towed in where it needs to be. If you want to change your wheel, you can. You got time.
As the pit crews of Tony Stewart and Kyle Busch continue to try and repair their cars after the contact just a little bit earlier up in turn number 2. skyline of downtown Atlanta. What was hot Atlanta truly today. Temperature about 90 degrees. Now tonight, some 78 degrees south of town in Hampton, Georgia at the Atlanta Motor Speedway, where we're getting ready to return to racing. Eventful already. Tony Stewart's return, just involved in an incident with Kyle Busch. 4 pit stops for both drivers to try and repair their cars. Clint Boyer, one of the drivers on the bubble in points, in the garage for 22 laps with a transmission problem, and Jeff Gordon hit the wall running second after the left front tire went down on his car. Greg Biffle having a pretty lousy night, just got back on the lead lap with a free pass. First off pit road with fresh tires, Martin Truex Jr. in 10th place, and this is going to be pretty interesting here.
Oh, it definitely is. We've got these first 9 on somewhat used tires, but they are definitely not as fresh as what those from 10th on back have. This could get pretty fun right here. Jamie McMurray making a big move in that one car.
He's one of the ones on fresh tires. Kurt Busch challenging Matt Kenseth for the race lead.
Busch didn't have a very good qualifying effort on Friday evening, but always so good at this racetrack as he takes the lead away now. It doesn't matter what he's been able to drive here. He's won in races. He's run up front in cars that a lot of times weren't even that good to be up front, and he's put them there.
Kurt this weekend talked about when they went to the night racing here, it kind of changed things for him. He said he was great in the daytime races. Since they went to the night, he hasn't been as good. Well, he seems to be doing pretty well tonight. And Kurt Busch out in front, the 4th driver to lead this race. That smoke is coming from the infield somewhere. Don't have an exact source for you, but it's not on the racetrack, so we stay under the green flag. It's not a racing source that might be coming from.
Nonetheless, it gets the driver's attention when they drive off down into the corner. They're being reassured that there's nothing going on there, but you still see it.
Second place, Kevin Harvick working on Matt Kenseth. Jamie McMurray, that first car on the fresh tires, is in 7th place right now.
See Brian Vickers there trying to take a spot away from Denny Hamlin, that 5th spot. Good run for Vickers tonight. He's one of those drivers that needs a win.
Three drivers there that pitted and took fresh tires. 78 Truex was the first of the cars off the pit lane. Now losing some spots. Casey Kane 5, 48 Jimmy Johnson by.
Casey Kane did not get tires. He's one of the first cars that these guys were getting to, or one of the last cars in the running order that did not change tires. So he's the one that gets to race with the guys on new tires first.
That's never fun.
No. Danica Patrick 10 back on the lead lap. Got a free pass 2 cautions ago. Back at lap 116. Apologize for neglecting to mention it at the time. Kyle Larson. 42 car hanging on there. Larson back in 16th place. Trying to take advantage of Clint Boyer's troubles in this one to get his way back up in points and perhaps qualify for the chase. Yeah.
They did come down pit road under that last caution and get 4 tires.
They have a flat tire.
And may have just angered Paul Menard.
He may have made his rear tires angry too at the same time.
They just overheated those rear tires.
Yeah. Larson running back in 18th place. Clint Boyer in 41st. Larson entering the night 26 points behind the bubble spot, which was then occupied by Greg Biffle.
Yeah, important for Larson and his team and his crew chief in particular. I mean, this is a rookie trying to make the chase, get himself in position to make him understand what this night is about now. That the 15 has had that trouble, 16 struggling, even though Biffle is back on the lead lap. But this could be a huge night for them to have a great opportunity next weekend in Richmond to find themselves in the chase.
New tires, older tires. Carl Edwards passing Ryan Newman. Edwards in the group that pitted at 131. Newman in the group that did not.
Yeah, the 31 crew chief, Luke Lambert, he's one of the guys I asked that very question. If you'd run 5 green flag laps, would you come back down pit road and get tires if the caution came out? He said yes, but he didn't. And now he's paying the price.
And that was probably a lot based on what he saw in front of him happening, thinking that maybe everyone pretty much was going to stay out there.
Little 3 wide here. Kane 5, Menard 27, Truex 78, sliding around.
This 5 of Casey Kane had driven up inside the top 10 up to about the 6th spot. And I thought it looked like on a run or two there that he was really going to be a factor had this car maybe where Casey liked it. But standing out there on these tires has not been to his liking, I don't believe, Dave.
DJ, he just radioed in, don't do this to me again. They were kind of on that, if you want to call it a bubble spot, in the lineup there in the 8th position where some guys were going to come behind him, and the ones that did have gotten around him, and it really upset his race car. So he'd rather have fresh tires next time, but you got to manage the sets. 12 for the evening, and this is a long night.
Absolutely, and they've now pitted some teams 3, other teams 4 times in the night.
Kyle Busch won last year, made 9 pit stops for 4 tires.
And we're not quite to halfway in this one. Jimmy Johnson took tires on the yellow, trying to make his way into the top 10. We saw earlier in the race, Johnson picked up a piece of debris, a piece of a tire casing off another car that was hooked on the hood pins of this 48. The pit crew cleared it out on a caution that came out.
Car still just not where we expect Jimmy Johnson and this 48 car to be running and have the speed. I mean, he has tires on, fresher tires, and that should be a huge advantage here. And for him not to be able to run back up any further, I believe he might have restarted 11th here on this restart and hasn't gone any further forward than that as he runs 11th now.
So back to that conversation about momentum and how much you feel it's worth it going into the chase and the ebb and flow of a long season. We've had this discussion about the 48 team before, and they came on in the chase and were gangbusters. Jimmy has said that of the 10 tracks in the chase, 9 of them are probably 9 of his best tracks. When you look at where this 48 team is now, are you expecting them to turn it on come Chicagoland, or do you have reservations about where they might be?
I'm going to look at the history books, and I'm going to say he's going to be ready, what I think.
I'm on the other side of that. I think of what I'm seeing, because the cars are different, the setups are different, the competition is different. I see this team in a little bit of a struggle, even though those are some very good tracks at the beginning that they'll figure out enough to get themselves through there. But they're going to have to find some speed to be a part of this championship battle.
Mark the tape. I'm telling you, don't count this guy out.
Oh, I'm not counting them out by any means. I just think there's more trouble there this year than what we've seen in the past.
Our stats guy's holding up new chase format. Don't forget. I know, but it's still Jimmy Johnson.
Going for a 7th championship in 9 years. Will it be a September, October, and November to remember for Jimmy Johnson? Or does the championship trophy wind up in other hands this fall? just shy of halfway in the Oral-B USA 500 for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Little Sunday night Labor Day weekend racing at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. 77 degrees the air temperature. The race for the lead as hot as could be. Matt Kenseth in the 20 trying to take it from Kurt Busch in the 41.
Matt Kenseth, one of those drivers that you know does such a great job of taking care of his tires, doesn't abuse the car and the tires early in a run. You can see that really paying off for him here.
Okay, that race for the lead heated up quickly, then cooled off just as quickly. So let's check on Joey Logano and Brian Vickers racing for 6th and 7th. Logano just moving up. Haven't seen that 22 get up and challenge for an up front spot at the very front of the pack tonight. Thought we might. Here's a team that's been on a roll lately. Got a big win last weekend at Bristol and have been contending just about each week for the last couple of months. Here goes the race for the lead again. And this time Kenseth is going to finish the pass. So Matt Kenseth back out in front for the second time in this race. Here comes Kevin Harvick in the 4. Trying to get back to the front.
It seems really crazy to think that the air could be as disturbing to these cars as what it is when you see a car like Kevin Harvick be so dominant out front and pulling away and just running away from everybody. And he gets back in even second when he was behind Denny Hamlin, how long it took him to get there. And here he dropped all the way back to 4th after a restart.
Yeah, these cars make a tremendous amount of downforce. They've got big spoilers in the back. They're really very low to the ground, so they make a lot of downforce. And they rely on that for grip, especially at a place like this where you're losing so much grip mechanically. That air being disturbed, it does make a big difference in how much that car is going to hold the line.
And the rules makers working on seeing if there's a change to the formula for next season that might alter that a little bit, make it a little less emphatic. But that in any form of racing now, you can't unlearn what you know, and it's going to be hard to overcome in any form of racing. As you see these leaders put Tony Stewart a lap down as he struggles with that beaten up race car from the incident earlier. Check in on second place Harvick, who has still to this point led the most laps tonight, Dave.
AB, when he updated his crew just about 5 laps ago, he told them that his car was too loose on the exit, too tight to the center, and he added with the addendum, track position is everything. So it backs up everything you guys just talked about.
But that's good information. He's saying his car was tight, and then it was loose on the exit. And I've always said, at these tracks like this that are really give up a lot of grip, I want to fix the first thing that car is doing. If it's tight, the first part of the corner, I want to fix that. And it usually will actually make the car tighter on exit because you don't have the wheels crank around trying to get it to make the corner through the middle.
That's a good point, Andy. A lot of times as a driver, because you think about making that speed, your first inclination is to say, you got to help me on this exit. I need to be able to give more gas. But if you just back it up to that first problem, you might realize that is creating the second issue.
Right. I want to address the first problem, and then it definitely will affect the second one, and sometimes fix it.
Jimmy Johnson passing Jamie McMurray to be the most forward-running car now that took the tires on the lap 131 pit stops.
It's not as big of an advantage as I thought it would be. Those 5 laps that the leaders put on the tires and didn't pit, I thought they would be in a little more trouble, and these cars would have more advantage, but it hasn't really proven out.
Interesting, because in the race here a year ago, the same situation happened with the opposite results. Carl Edwards and a couple of others chose not to pit with just 5 laps of racing on tires as Harvick approaches Kenseth here for the race lead, and wound up by the time the run was finished and the next set of pit stops came out, Edwards was, instead of racing for the lead, was running 18th.
Yeah, I remember that, and this run is still not over yet. We might see that at the end of the run, we might see that advantage come back into play.
And you can see there just what good point of what Andy was talking about with the downforce that they rely on. As soon as you can get to that bumper and take a little bit of that downforce away, then you're pedaling the gas pedal and trying to hold on to the back end as Kenseth was there as Harvick took the lead.
So as we have crossed the halfway mark of this race, Back in command is Kevin Harvick. Dominant early, now back in command of the Oral-B USA 500 at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
The Oral-B USA 500 at Atlanta is brought to you by Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of NASCAR. Coca-Cola, open happiness.
Centennial Park, downtown Atlanta, around which much of the 1996 Summer Olympic Games were wrapped. And here live at Atlanta Motor Speedway, south of town, the Oral-B USA 500. Being led by Kevin Harvick over Matt Kenseth and Brad Keselowski. Here is the leader, Harvick, coming down the pit lane under the green flag here, followed by Kurt Busch, who's got a big problem on the right rear. Vince.
Well, you see the damage on the right side of Kurt Busch, but first let's talk about the 20 of Kenseth. He's a little free, but they're not going to make any chassis adjustments, just 4 tires for the 20. Now the 41 of Busch, you saw a little bit of damage there on the right side of the car, so it's going to be a 4-tire change, half pound out of the right rear. Dave?
Leader Kevin Harvick on pit road, revving the engine. The last time he was down pit road was lap 118, so this is a stretch. Even with the caution laps, he's got the engine fired, 4 fresh tires, and a wedge adjustment. The car was looser, AB.
And the damaged car of Tony Stewart now more damaged. Into the wall, in turn number 2, caution flag is out.
Down, come down, go down, come down.
Bring it to us, we'll look at it.
So Tony Stewart's night that started out so well, sidetracked when Kyle Busch made contact with him and they both hit the outside wall, now completely derailed with this right front trouble and into the wall in turn number 2.
Sorry guys, you deserve better than this.
Stewart to the garage. A look ahead from Kyle Larson.
2. Stay out, then stay out. People are blowing tires.
Yeah, that was a long run, and we saw Kurt Busch have a problem with his, and then this car's being damaged was probably abusive on the tires as well. So tough break for Tony.
I was watching Kurt Busch as he entered turn 1. I couldn't tell what happened. I just saw the car go towards the wall, but could see, as it turned out, it was the right rear tire that went down on his.
Now, it's interesting, Eddie, you said long run. That particular run was only 38 laps, but for some of these guys who didn't pit before, it was a little bit longer on the set of tires.
Yeah, because they had a 5-lap run on their tires before that last run started. So this was the longest stretch that anybody had run on tires.
Yeah, and Stewart's car had damage from the previous incident, so even though you think you get the toe in back right and everything, a lot of times it's the things they're bent that creates issues for you.
So Stewart back in the garage, and pit road about to be opened here for the lead lap cars, and this yellow is going to shuffle up the running order a bit because people like Kevin Harvick and Matt Kenseth and so on got on the pit road before the yellow flag came out. They've been on and off pit road with service.
But Matt and Harvick will be able to stay out and inherit the lead after these cars pit because they are still on the lead lap.
So Brad Keselowski, the race leader for the moment, though he'll be coming to pit road here, as will most everybody else. Jamie?
Well, Brad Keselowski had scuffed tires that last run. He said he just lost the drive off, so they're going to put 4 sticker tires on here. No adjustments. Meanwhile, Ryan Newman, no adjustments for him. His car seems to be getting better as the run goes on. Let's go over to Jim.
Denny Hamlin starts the runoff too tight, ends it too loose. They'll make an air pressure adjustment, give him a windshield tear off, 4 tires, and Sunoco Racing Fuel, Dave.
I'm right, Logano was running 6th under green, was 3rd just now, gave that up for 4 tires, a wedge adjustment and air pressure. Car just a little bit tight center and loose off.
So Denny Hamlin first off the pit lane, no surprise. His team's been superb all night. Matt Kenseth and Kevin Harvick stay on the racetrack. They'll go to the head of the line here. And Tony Stewart back in the garage. here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Sunday night Labor Day weekend racing. Tony Stewart making his return to the track. An eventful night in the early going. Some contenders for spots in the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup having problems, and then Stewart, after having a very solid run in the early going, getting tangled up with Kyle Busch first, and then having a right front go down on his car and hitting the wall and putting some pretty severe damage on that number 14 machine. You see Tony out of the car back in the garage talking it through while the crew has a look at the car and makes a decision about where they're going next, whether it's going to get repaired and put back in the race or whether it will be retired for the night. Other strings of events in what has been a long night full of them. Dale Jr. now getting grill repairs on his 88 car. Watch this.
You see a lot of debris there flying around. Some of it took the grill out.
Junior not having a stellar night here, but now has...
All right, we need to roll. Everybody out of the way. Don't speed. You're fine. You're fine. Don't speed. You'll be just fine.
Damage to that 88 car. Kurt Busch also just leaving the pit road after continued repairs to get the right rear of that 41 machine back into shape. So, where do we begin? So much has happened in this one. Let's set the situation where it stands right now. Leaders all came running down pit road, a number of them, just as Kurt Busch had his problem, but before Tony Stewart did. Then the caution came out for Stewart, and it's kind of split the field. It's all going to come back together again because of the timing of the way the caution came out. But Matt Kenseth and Kevin Harvick are going to cycle back to first and second. They were on pit road legally before the caution flag came out, stayed on the lead lap. When the caution came out, they didn't pit, cycled back to the front spot. Then the guys who made the stops under the yellow flag, including Brad Keselowski, Denny Hamlin, there you see them lined up behind Kenseth and Harvick. You're going to have some people at the tail end of the lead lap who pitted under the green but didn't stay on the lead lap, stay on the track under the caution and be eligible to take the wave around here, and that will include Casey Kane, Eric Almirola, and Martin Truex Jr., who are in front of the leader but behind the pace car on the track.
Good job. That was a lot to explain. Good job with it.
You take it for a minute. I can catch my breath.
Well, it is important to notice that Matt Kenseth, who had fallen back behind Harvick before they made those pit stops, will be in front of him here and in control of the restart.
Let's check back in the garage with Jamie.
Well, Tony Stewart and the 14 team definitely done for tonight. We requested an interview and Tony respectfully declined, but we do have his crew chief, Chad Johnston. And Chad, what a weekend it's been for you guys. What has it been like for you just being back with Tony and having him back in the car?
I mean, it's been real good. We got off to a good start. The cars had speed all weekend long. We qualified well. I went in today with some pretty good hopes of finishing well and possibly coming out here with a win, and just didn't work out in our favor. Got in a little trouble with the 18 and got into the outside wall, knocked the toe out of it, and a lot of heavy right side damage. And then we were just trying to fix that and salvage what we could out of the day, and then blew a right front there right before that caution come out. So it's really good to have him back. We're really happy to have Johnny Morris here and Rusty Rush and the guys from Code 3 to be here to support him on his kind of his homecoming back. Wish we could have had a better effort and a better finish for him, but we'll move on to Richmond and see if we can't get it down there.
Thank you for your time, and they definitely had high expectations coming into tonight, but they will be back next week at Richmond.
All right, Jamie, thanks. So here we are, doubled up for the restart. And a look at the restart order for you, with Matt Kenseth and Kevin Harvick sharing the front row. Denny Hamlin, Brad Keselowski in row 2, Jimmy Johnson and Joey Logano in row 3. There are 19 cars on the lead lap. Kurt Busch did stay on the lead lap through all of those repeated pit stops for repairs.
See, Harvick's car just will not get up to speed from that second spot, but once he gets it going and the pedal down, then it's a rocket.
Holds off Keselowski, gets back around Hamlin to second place. Keselowski squeezing by Hamlin for third.
Yeah, I thought Harvick was going to go back to about fourth or fifth, but he kept that throttle down off turn 2. Boy, did he ever run going.
Yeah, once he gets down to turn 1 and stays wide open through there, he makes up a lot of ground, but it's just that initial restart that you can't get going. Nobody from that second spot has been able to.
There's something we haven't seen all night. Besides, when he was forced to earlier, Harvick took the wide line, and Hamlin went up there in front of him in the middle of 1 and 2. Not Hamlin, Kenseth, sorry. Edwards, 99. Looking to get around Denny Hamlin and pick up 4th place, and he does. And for the lead, Harvick looking to find an open lane underneath Kenseth. See if Kenseth takes that bottom lane away from him here.
Now Harvick actually went up to the middle trying to get a run off the corner and get some clean air to his nose is the biggest thing that he was trying to accomplish there.
Joey Logano working on Denny Hamlin. 11 sliding back. He was first off the pit lane, restarted 3rd. He might give up 5th here as Harvick gets that run on Kenseth in 1 and 2.
I think that's a situation of Matt Kenseth understanding and knowing that Harvick is faster, and Kenseth being so smart, as you see Logano still trying to take this spot away from Denny Hamlin. But Kenseth's just going to save his tires and make a run later on. He knows how important this is for him to, if he put himself in a position to win or to lock himself in the chase points-wise.
Which can be done tonight by the driver of that 20 car. So Logano clears Hamlin. Here's Jimmy Johnson, 48. 7th place now, looking for 6th. Rusty talked about on Countdown earlier, that outside pass. Well, Jimmy didn't make the pass on the outside, but used the outside run off turn 2 to get the pass on Hamlin.
It looks like some adjustments helping Jimmy Johnson with a little bit of speed and moving forward here.
Edwards and Logano.
The 3 Fords that we see up there in 3rd, 4th, and 5th are the Fords that have won this year. All multiple times. Along with Eric Almirola. Shouldn't leave him out of that. He does it for it.
Logano and Keselowski for Penske, multiple winners. Edwards as well with a pair of victories for the Roush Fenway team. First, second, and third, and the gap back to 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah, you see how Edwards is really hooking that bottom up, kind of like we saw Harvick doing. But here, this run, I watched Harvick. He's not been doing that. Basically driving the middle of the racetrack. Saw him do it in 3 and 4. Now I see him doing it on both ends.
Pretty solid drive for Edwards at a track where he's had a good deal of success earlier in his career. Edwards getting both his first nationwide and first Sprint Cup Series wins at this track. Talking with his crew chief, Jimmy Fennig. There's been some speculation about Jimmy and what his plans are beyond this year when Carl moves on to Joe Gibbs Racing. Jimmy confirming to me that he will be done as a NASCAR Sprint Cup Series crew chief at the end of this season. He's talking with the Roush Fenway organization about another role within the organization. But Jimmy, long-time crew chief, so much success. I think of Jimmy back to the days with Bobby Allison when he first came to prominence. Of course, Mark Martin, and on through the years. But Jimmy Fennig with 40 wins as a NASCAR Sprint Cup Series crew chief. Going to call it a career at the crew chief level at the end of this season.
Yeah, he's a tremendously talented crew chief, and I've known him my whole career. Look up to him. And he's hung in there a long time, too. 40 wins. Wow.
I don't know if there's anybody else in the garage area today that has been seen as many changes through the cars and everything as what Jimmy Fennig has, and won with all of those changes with so many different drivers.
So Edwards giving up a little ground there as Jimmy Johnson got by him. And now Jeff Gordon trying to make up some ground. Remember that 24 is a couple of laps down after getting into the wall earlier and is way back in 23rd position. Well, we've seen Carl Edwards and Jimmy Johnson put on some pretty good racing here in Atlanta before. It was for the win. It was a few years ago. But it was one of those fantastic finishes that Atlanta came to be labeled for then. Edwards outside, Johnson inside, and by that much, Edwards took the checkered flag and trophy home that day. At the Atlanta Motor Speedway, 300 miles down, 200 miles to go. In the Oral-B USA 500, the race leader is Kevin Harvick, as it has been much of the weekend here at this track. Harvick dominating the NASCAR Nationwide Series last night. And as we check out the most laps led tonight, brought to you by Sprint, Harvick's got a pretty healthy advantage in that category as well. The next highest total of laps led is only 31, that by Denny Hamlin. Quick reminder, stay connected to the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series with the Sprint Family Share Pack. 20 gigabytes of high-speed data to share, plus unlimited talk and text for $100 a month. Learn more at sprint.com/datashare. Kevin Harvick's not sharing the lead very much tonight, and when he does, it's not by choice. Denny Hamlin's gotten off the pit lane ahead of Harvick twice tonight. And he has got shuffled back a little bit on restarts, but has never been far from the front of the pack. Let's go up to speed, check in on some of these front runners and the progress of their race at 300 miles. We begin with Dave.
Now in the 4 of Kevin Harvick is looking for his 3rd win of the season. He's already in the chase, so is it significant? Rodney Childress' crew chief believes yes, very much so. We need momentum going into the chase. They haven't won since April, Darlington, and they want to win before they start this last 10-race run. Jamie?
And Brad Keselowski moves into the 2nd position. Coming into this race, Paul Wolfe told me they had a good handling race race car, but they didn't have the best speed. He wanted a little more. Well, tonight the car has been balanced really well. Last 2 stops, no adjustments, and he's getting a little bit faster as we go, Vince.
And running behind Keselowski in the 3rd spot is Matt Kenseth. He's led 28 laps tonight, but right now the car a little free in, a little tight center. They haven't won yet this season, but from their points position, they're likely going to be in the chase. Their goal, of course, get that win, but if not, just finish top 5 this week and next to have some momentum going to Chicago. Dave?
Joey Logano finished 2nd in the nationwide race last night. Had to follow Kevin Harvick the whole night. May have learned something, but he admitted to his crew chief that he's still a year behind, he feels, in his development at this place. Harvick has it so good. Joey's learning, but he feels like he's just a little behind, and just a little behind tonight so far. Jamie?
And the 48's been a little bit behind, too. I talked to Jimmy Johnson before he got in his car, and he said, we opted for a different setup here. We didn't want to go for that pure, raw speed. We wanted to go for the Cadillac feel, and he said, because that helps you take care of your tires. The car has been pretty decent tonight. They've worked on it every stop. Right now, the center is pretty good. Behind him, the 99 of Carl Edwards. Jimmy Fennig, Alan, you talked about him moving on next year to another role, and he told me it's been a great ride. And I asked him, are you still having fun? You see the 31 Ryan Newman making the pass on the outside of Carl Edwards, but Jimmy Fennig saying he's still having a great time with Carl. Looking forward to this chase for the Sprint Cup with him. Right now, Carl's car is pretty good. And the 31 of Ryan Newman, what a weekend. They've had speed all weekend long. Luke Lambert, and you see a wiggle there. Luke Lambert saying that they're focused on making that chase. They want to be in it. They feel like they deserve to be in it. This is a great racetrack for Ryan. They've been working on his car, and it's showing he's moving up. Jim?
Denny Hamlin is a past winner at this racetrack back in 2012, but he's going to need another one of those sub 12-second pit stops if he wants to get further up the field. He has fallen back on this run. Loose in, tight center, loose off has been the condition. That's a really tough thing for a crew chief to fix. Kyle Larson, meanwhile, is much better on this run. Says his front end is starting to turn. He has kind of given up hope of rim riding around the top the entire way. He's found some grip down in turns 3 and 4. Will it be enough? And will this be enough to keep him in the chase conversation? The next 120 laps or so will tell that tale, Dave.
Really good run for Danica tonight. Currently runs in the 10th position. Tony Gibson told me her car right now, not bad. And he said, I'm going to put tires on it when I need to all night on that off-sequence stop. They were one of the ones that came down pit road. And Danica got some more inspiration this weekend from the boss. Tony Stewart back at the track, and for the first time back in the team debrief meetings. Crew Chief Tony Gibson said they were great. Tony was spot on with the advice. Danica asked lots of questions that Tony himself answered, and was one of the reasons why she feels she had a good chance tonight to run in the top 10. Behind her, Casey Kane, a guy who's taken some cues from the 2014 this weekend in their setup. They struggled for grip, but Casey still trying to get the win to get in and make it happen here tonight in Atlanta. Vince?
Well, the 27 of Paul Menard having another good run tonight. Back-to-back top 10s. Was 4th at Michigan, 9th at Bristol, and he is solid again tonight, especially now that the car has gotten the drive off that he has been seeking since early in the race. Crew Chief Slugger Labby told him, you're running times with the leaders. Still got ground to make up. Dave?
Crew Chief Matt Pusha for Greg Biffle called this a survival race, and it's been that for them tonight. Still running outside the top 10, a car that's lacked grip all evening. The 16 has not had the kind of night they need to work their way in by way of a win. But Alan, they were on the edge coming in. Not sure where the points fall right now, but Biffle trying to hang on to that final points position for the chase.
Biffle getting a free pass to get back on the lead lap about 100 laps ago. And there you look at the bubble picture. Clint Bowyer with transmission problems earlier in the race that sent him back into the garage for 22 laps, has Bowyer running in 39th place and brought everybody else back into the points picture. We know there'll be at least 3 places on points available at Richmond next week, pending the outcome of tonight. As they run now, Matt Kenseth and Ryan Newman would lock in to 2 of those 3 places in points as they run now. Long way to go yet at Atlanta, but we could have that one spot and that very close gap at Richmond next Saturday night up for grabs, pending the outcome of the final couple 100 miles of this one. Casey Kane trying to get around Danica Patrick and get back into the top 10. One of those drivers whose points picture changed dramatically earlier in the race when Clint Bowyer had the problem with the shifter back under caution at lap 80. running 10th, Larson running 9th. Everybody still chasing Kevin Harvick in command tonight in Atlanta.
Pit stops underway at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Matt Kenseth, upper left-hand portion of your screen. Little free on entry, sluggish across the center. 4 tires and a chassis adjustment. Jamie?
Brad Keselowski missed his pit. They had to push him back. He wants a protein drink. He wants a chassis adjustment this time. There it is, a wedge adjustment. 4 tires. Let's go to Dave.
Dave Logano hits it just right. He needs to turn better. They make an adjustment for that. Kevin Harvick can stand a little tape on the front of the car from the lead. He will retain the lead, leaving pit road unless Kenseth gets him. I think he did, AB.
Yep, sure did. Joe Gibbs Racing Teams, as discussed earlier, getting it done on pit road.
And I'm not sure that first pit box has a lot of grip trying to get out of there either.
And Brad Keselowski with a disastrous 19-second pit stop costs him a lot of ground. Watch the back of the 5 car here for the cause of the caution flag.
Like something pretty heavy.
So debris from the 5 car, and then he just missed it.
Yep.
Slide through it,
Just
missed his pit box. beautiful Labor Day Sunday night at the Atlanta Motor Speedway as we get ready to restart the Oral-B USA 500 and come down to the final 150 miles or so of this race. Matt Kenseth is now the race leader over Kevin Harvick, Joey Logano, Denny Hamlin, and Jimmy Johnson. Our Midas Golden Touch tonight goes to Denny Hamlin's pit crew.
Incredible stop. I mean, just incredible stop. You hear those guns? They sound different than some of the other ones. Every single stop under 12 seconds. Now that's just impressive no matter what.
And in a second, with the satellite delay, they'll see that graphic come up on screen and see their work for themselves. There it is.
That's their job.
Yeah.
Hey,
just do
when you do it all the time, that's right.
It's what we do. All right. So Denny Hamlin going to restart here from 4th position, and Matt Kenseth going to restart as the leader from 3rd place. Kevin Harvick once again comes in as the leader, but finds himself restarting on the outside of the front row for the 5th time tonight. And he's lost the lead in the pits.
I think it's two things. Matt Kenseth's team's always good. Another one of those Gibbs teams that's really good. Matt's always good getting to his pit. He likes that first one down there. I really believe, though, Harvick's really having a hard time leaving his pit. And those first 2 pit boxes down there are asphalt. They're not the concrete. And he just doesn't seem to be able to get any grip whatsoever in leaving there.
Joey Logano up to 2nd place. And going for more.
This is the strongest we've seen him tonight.
Another one of those drivers and teams that kind of getting things put together at the right time. And Joey doing a nice job here tonight of getting his car right, working his way forward, being very patient, knowing it's a long race. These last 100 laps, though, of this race are very, very difficult for these drivers.
Kyle Larson passing Carl Edwards for 5th place.
Certainly the highest he's been in quite a while, speaking of Kyle Larson.
And again, potential for a big night, revitalizing his hopes of making the chase here for Larson after the Clint Boyer troubles earlier. Brad Keselowski trying to make up some lost ground. We showed you the replay of him missing his pit box. He went from 2nd to 16th for the restart. And that's a lot of track position to give up with only 150 some odd miles to go in this one.
Yeah, that's just kind of mistakes that you can't make. He can make them right now, but after Richmond, you're not going to be able to afford to make mistakes like that with the elimination process that we're going to now have in the chase.
Harvick back around Logano for 2nd. He'll set off in pursuit of Kenseth. 20 cars on the lead lap. Kyle Busch got the free pass at the caution. He's back on the lead lap. There in the middle of that group of cars, one of the stories of the night, Jeff Gordon in that 24, riding the high line there. Gordon running 2nd in this race earlier on, and one of the few that could stay with Kevin Harvick when the left front tire went down at lap 78 and threw him into the wall in turn 3. In getting repairs to the car, it put the 24 car 2 laps down. He's been 2 laps down the entire distance since, but running competitive lap times with all, as you see, racing here with a damaged car, with all of these cars that are up toward the front of the pack.
Yeah, at times I've watched him, and he's had lap times comparable to the leaders. He just had those 2 laps that he got down, and it's almost impossible to get that back here with the way this tire falls off on speed and not able to really take a wave around to get one of those laps back.
Yeah, not really getting to the point of having green flag pit stops where they could try to stay out a little bit longer and hope that something happened after others made that to get him back to 1 lap down. He's faster than the 2 cars that we have a lap down, but he can't get himself in that situation.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Austin Dillon are the 2 cars 1 lap down. Pretty solid night for Paul Menard. Racing Carl Edwards here and taking 6th position from him.
Yeah, he's doing that, and here's another driver that's going to find himself in that position of moving a little bit closer. He's still sitting right now at about 20 points outside of that 16th spot, but would give them some hope going to Richmond, other than going there and winning the race or winning here tonight.
You see the scoring progress there for Menard throughout the night. Here in Atlanta,
Yeah, this is one of his best tracks. I was really surprised. He's kind of struggled all weekend, but it looks like they're starting to get a handle on it at the right time here as this race closes down.
Denny Hamlin there around Carl Edwards. Hamlin running as high as the lead. Earlier in the race, had that one segment of the race where the handle got off and he slipped back into traffic. And even though his pit crew has done such a fabulous job for him tonight, hasn't been able to hold a lot of that track position since, about lap 150 or so?
Yeah, they made an adjustment early in the race, and I think after that it's hurt this car. I don't think it's been as good since they've done that.
Hamlin, of course, winner at Talladega earlier this year, so has a place in the chase secured for himself already. And we'll get his crew chief Darian Grubb back for the beginning race of the chase at Chicagoland Speedway in 2 weeks. Grubb on suspension after some technical violations earlier in the summer.
Oh, Menard getting a huge run. You can see the run off of 4, running that middle groove, not even up at the higher, just running the middle. Able to make a big run and take the 5th spot away from Kyle Larson now.
Love the drivers that wear the light-colored gloves. You could see Menard's hands working that wheel as he wrestled that car off of turn 4. There's the race for the lead. As the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series runs the Atlanta Motor Speedway, a track known for an older racing surface, one that eats up tires, makes the cars ill-handling. They slip and they slide around a lot, but because of that, offers multiple racing grooves for the drivers and gives them opportunity to hunt for some grip and a way around the car in front of them. Right now, Kevin Harvick in the 4, trying to hunt for some grip and a way around Matt Kenseth for the lead in front of them. Harvick's been the dominant driver on the night tonight. He's led 126 of 225 laps. The story, though, has been pit stops and Joe Gibbs Racing's teams having come up with a slight advantage on those pit stops that each time tonight has set Harvick to a disadvantage on the pit lane. Right now it is the Gibbs car of Kenseth that Harvick is chasing, trying to reclaim the lead.
Harvick trying to get a big run, just trying to move around on the track. Yeah, he'd love to find a little bit of grip, but he's looking for just some air to get to the nose of that car and to the entire car, really, so he can make a big run. I believe he's got that run going right now off turn 4.
I think Kenseth believed it too. So Kevin Harvick back out in front here in Atlanta, but still a lot of racing left to go on a steamy night in Georgia.
Welcome back to the Atlanta Motor Speedway, where it has been an eventful evening so far. Just about 93 laps remaining, but here's been the storylines. Tony Stewart had made his return and looked strong early on, passing lots of cars on the outside, Rusty. He had a strong race car, but encountered some problems here.
Yeah, I see Kyle Busch and Tony Stewart get together right there. Kyle actually got loose and slid up and got Stewart in the left front fender, got him in the wall, tore that car up pretty bad. And because of that, he blew a right front tire, hit the wall, and now Tony Stewart is out of the race.
And not the ending he was hoping for. He had looked strong early on, but it will not end in a storybook fashion for him, nor will it for Clint Bowyer. Bowyer came into this race near the bubble, near that chase cutoff, and well, the night has not gone smoothly for him either, Brad.
No, it's not. He's 22 laps down, had a shifter problem. We saw this with Jimmy Johnson a couple weeks ago, but Bowyer was unable to get his fixed. He sat in the garage area for quite some time. Like I say, 22 laps down. It's going to be a long night for him. Lots of drivers hoping to score the Hail Mary win tonight and perhaps propel themselves into the chase. Marcos Ambrose was one of them. His equipment would not cooperate.
No, he blew an engine, and I'll tell you what, this was a guy that ran so well at Watkins Glen, New York, was throwing a Hail Mary, trying to win that race and get in the chase. This is another racetrack he runs good at, guys, and he blew up and just couldn't get in. But take a look at this right here. This is a big, big story. We've been talking all day about the front of the pack, how strong they are. But look at the 16th and 17th place runners right now. Kyle Larson and Clint Bowyer, they're basically tied for the points, Brad. And this is a big, big race. These guys are driving hard to get in the top 16 in points.
Yeah, I think the pressure's on Kyle Larson. He needs a great finish here tonight, because next week we go to Richmond, where Clint Bowyer has 2 wins, and he's going to throw a Hail Mary there. He's going to give it up tonight, so Kyle better get all he can get.
Yeah, on board with Kyle Larson right now, and you can see he's working traffic here, trying to pull himself up as high as he can. He's currently inside the top 10, looking for more, Alan.
And Larson dropping a spot in the last lap or two. He's running in 9th spot now. Brian Vickers just went by him, Mike. Greg Biffle right behind him in 10th place. Another driver who was a lap down earlier in 23rd position. Biffle picking it up now and rallying as the night goes on.
That's a huge comeback for this for Greg Biffle and his team.
Yep.
And they were sitting back there in, I believe, 23rd, 22nd, 23rd spot, a lap down. Not looking very good, but they've made some good adjustments after getting that lap back, getting the free pass. And I'm sure that the nighttime with just a little bit more grip to this racetrack has helped them out, but nice comeback for them.
And again, all of this made possible by the shifter problem that Bowyer had earlier, setting him back to 39th in the running order right now.
Of course, you have all these drivers around that area that we're talking about there. You know, they're pulling for Kevin Harvick to win this race, or somebody that has one. They would like for those 4 spots to still be the spots available. Even though Matt Kenseth could win, it's probably not going to affect that either. But you know, they're hoping there are quite a few spots available on points.
So Kevin Harvick dominating tonight, much as he did last night in the NASCAR Nationwide Series, though not nearly having as easy a time of it when it comes to pit stops and restarts. It's been the story of the night for a lot of this race. Harvick with the best car under green flag conditions, and then on pit road, the Joe Gibbs team having the best of it and advancing their drivers to the head of the pack.
Yeah, and think about that. If we have a late restart or a late caution and these cars come down pit road, Matt Kenseth able to just maintain contact with Harvick.
Yeah, we talk about just how competitive things are on the racetrack. It's even more so probably on that pit road, and you're just talking about a little bit of time there making a huge difference in what your day or night could be.
Dave?
Kevin and crew chief were discussing that very thing under caution last time.
If we ever qualify on the pole here, I wouldn't pick that first pit stall just because of the camera being so far away and you can't get going, you know? Exactly what I was just thinking. I mean, the asphalt's terrible. It just sits here and spins. We had them beat down there where Matt's at is where the drag strip is. Looking at that today, so they got all that tire grip they put out.
So whether it's the new technology that JGR has for the guys changing tires or these pit stalls, the Ford team again looking at a situation where the last pit stop may be their Achilles heel tonight. We'll see.
Well, Dave, not good news for Kevin Harvick and his team. The fact that the last pit stop has been the Achilles heel of the race leader in each of the last 2 races here. And both times, it was a Joe Gibbs Racing team that took advantage and won. How will it play out tonight? We're still 84 laps from finding out. The Oral-B USA 500 now 3/4 of the way done. And Kevin Harvick, the race leader. Kevin out in front of Matt Kenseth by now 4.7 seconds, with Joey Logano, Jimmy Johnson, and Denny Hamlin making up the rest of the top 5. 20 cars on the lead lap. We've had 5 different leaders in the night. Traded the lead 15 times, but the dominant leader on this one has been Harvick, with Matt Kenseth pictured there, leading the second most laps. 6 caution flags for 38 laps. Only 3 cars out of the race. Mike Bliss, Marcos Ambrose, and Tony Stewart, who is done for the night after being involved in a crash earlier. On board with Harvick, as we remind you to go to NASCAR.com for all your latest NASCAR information, including some of the facts, stats, and figures from tonight's Oral-B USA 500. There's first. And there's second.
And third.
Joey Logano closing in on Kenseth for a spot there.
Jimmy Johnson not far behind there in the 4th spot, as you can see.
Just hit 32 laps of green flag racing. Longest stretch we've run tonight is 38 laps. Those are the opening laps of the race. Something has happened about every time, from debris on the racetrack to people having problems to bring the caution flag out shy of the 40-lap mark.
Yeah, I expect to see green flag stops any time now. That's Ty Dillon. You see that Jimmy Johnson's going by, making his first start. He's running 26th, a few laps down.
Ty, one of the contenders for the NASCAR Nationwide Series Championship, and making his NASCAR Sprint Cup Series debut here. It's always got to be an eye-opener, your first Sprint Cup race, no matter what you think you know.
Yeah.
And probably right about now, he's trying to grab a look at the scoreboard and saying, is this thing done yet?
No, man, it's long. That's what he's thinking.
Nice recovery for Kurt Busch in the 41 team. Kurt running up in the top 5 earlier when the right rear went down on his car and tore up the right rear fender. That was back at lap 171. They managed to stay on the lead lap, barely. You see all the bandages on the right side of that car. And now here comes Kurt trying to work his way back through. Just picked up 13th place and is trying to get 12th away from Larson in the 42.
Larson had gotten himself up there in a really good spot up around that 5th and 6th spot, which was nice for him points-wise. Not able to hold the handle from this 42 car.
As this long green flag run has gone on.
Yeah, we're approaching the longest green flag run we've had tonight.
Kenseth really sliding back off of Harvick now. It's a racetrack 1.5 miles around. 5 of the 10 races in the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup will run on 1.5 mile track. So far this year, in the first 5 races on 1.5 miles, Penske Racing, there with Joey Logano, and Hendrick Motorsports have won all 5.
You look at Joey Logano there, driving the Ford, powered by engines that are built by Doug Yates. I want to send the best wishes out to Robert Yates, who was in the hospital again this week, having some fluid drained, and understand from Doug that seems to be doing okay, but just give Robert Yates our best wishes.
One of the best ever, the Professor.
One of the smartest men I've ever been around.
And one of the hardest working guys I've ever seen. He worked at it really hard. He didn't let anybody get an advantage on him.
Not at all.
So we're getting to that point now that we've hit officially the longest green flag stretch of the race, where all of a sudden there's a lot of reports of debris coming in from race teams to NASCAR Race Control.
And there might be some, really. We've probably seen a few tires. There's one right there maybe coming apart.
Left front?
It's hard to tell right there.
Left front?
Yeah, maybe.
I bet Kevin Harvick hadn't seen any.
Yes, on the left front. Just as he turned that corner.
Yeah, you can see it.
Drop down. Kurt Busch on pit road under the green flag. Vince?
That's Kurt Busch. At one time tonight, he came in 5 times to repair some damage on the right rear. They have gotten that taken care of. He's creeping up back toward the top 10. No adjustments here, just 4 tires and fuel. A little free in and off. A little bit slow on the left side there, 14 plus on the stop.
Well, that last long run, this 41 blew a right rear tire, so I'm sure that's why they wanted to get on pit road before they had another problem.
Discretion versus valor. Austin Dillon hoping that he might have caught a caution while he was the first car 1 lap down to get back on the lead lap, but now that Kurt Busch has been overtaken by the race leader, that becomes a race for position there for Dillon to try and stay in front of Kurt, not likely with Kurt on fresher tires.
Yeah, that one won't last long.
Yeah. Kyle Busch there, last car on the lead lap.
Look at Kurt Busch with those fresh tires.
He's not even in the frame anymore.
Well, you can just see how much these things slow down. They get a lot of laps on them.
And when we talk about managing tires, it's not just in the car setup, it's what the guy behind the wheel does with his feet and his hands.
Yeah, you can make your tires really mad, even though you may have a good setup under your car. And there's just so many things that you do. You know, this is one of those places, even though there's a lot of places you really like to arc the car into the corner, but that's going to heat up your rear tires, and doing that, a lot of times you'd like to make your car a little bit tighter.
This time.
But then you can heat up the front tires. So Kevin Harvick's found a way to get around here that's a lot better than everybody else in taking care of his tires.
Going to begin to see a wave of pit stops here. Kevin Harvick trying to get her load up.
Yeah, he's
and not
gonna
crash.
make it.
Yeah,
barely.
Larson, Newman, Austin Dillon, all on the pit lane, Jim.
Well, for Kyle Larson, the problem was on the last stop, they tried to make the car better on short runs, and then we got the long run. So he got worse and worse, said, guys, I don't want to stay out any longer than I have to. It will be a 4-tire stop, and the caution is out.
Debris on the back straightaway is the call from race control. Well, that's an interesting turn of events. People scramble into pit road under the green flag. '20 asserting some authority to get over to his pit box. Matt Kenseth.
Logano would put him in kind of a bad spot there, but Kansas showed who was boss before that was all over.
So waiting for the pace car to pick up the race leaders, which is now being done over in turn 2. Denny Hamlin is the leader. And I'm also watching the scoring monitor here while you watch the pace car pick up the field to see who made the yellow flag on the lead lap and who did not. Looks to me like Harvick, Kenseth, Logano, and Jimmy Johnson all stayed on the lead lap, but Martin Truex, Kurt Busch, Kyle Larson, Jamie McMurray, Ryan Newman, and Aric Almirola were all pinned by the pace car. They'll have to take the wave around and come back around behind those other guys.
Yeah, it'll all work out. It's almost the same thing we saw that last time, that it was kind of a mixture. It'll all work out after they make their pit stop and they get one to go.
So here come the leaders to the entrance to pit road. Those who've not stopped yet are coming in here. Vince?
What a night it's been for Paul Menard. He started 33rd and he's worked himself up just to hang around just the outside of the top 10. Says he just needs more grip. That's been the #1 concern tonight. 4 tires and air pressure. Jamie?
And the 99 of Carl Edwards saying he's just a little too tight center on that run, and that's what was hurting him. The 2 of Brad Keselowski, pretty decent this run, just trying to make up for that bad pit stop last time, Jim.
4 tires for Denny Hamlin, who got a little loose the last 10 laps of that run. It's not a sub 12-second stop for Hamlin, but he's down and away.
A little reset on the running order and a restart coming up. But Kevin Harvick's going to be in control of this upcoming one. Dick's Sporting Goods Kickoff Week continues on ESPN tomorrow at 8 Eastern. Duke Johnson and the Miami Hurricane traveling to Louisville to face Bobby Petrino's Cardinals in their ACC debut. It's Miami and Louisville Monday night on ESPN, presented by Capital One. 2 teams meeting up in a bowl game last year.
Yeah, Louisville into the ACC here now.
Part of the ever-shifting landscape in college athletics these days. Ever-shifting landscape here in Atlanta tonight, except for one thing. Kevin Harvick's dominance at the front has been somewhat of a constant. But the running order going to shuffle up just a little bit here by the caution in the middle of a series of green flag pit stops. We're going to have 18 cars on the lead lap. Taking wave arounds here to get back on the lead lap are Kurt Busch, Kyle Larson, Jamie McMurray, Ryan Newman, and Eric Almirola. Free pass went to Martin Truex Jr. And up front, it'll be Kevin Harvick, the command car, the control car for the restart, choosing the inside lane with Matt Kenseth to his outside.
And with the amount of laps to go, still going to have to make a pit stop.
Yeah, and when they make it, it's going to be interesting.
Yes.
Got 63 laps to go. See if somebody makes a short stop in this run.
See the 20 of Kenseth really spinning his tires, trying to restart in that second spot.
And look at the jam up in that outside lane.
Carl Edwards got a huge run off of turn 4 to pass Matt Kenseth.
Yeah, he makes that thing go on fresh tires. Not sure if he's using them up or if that's just what his car, the way that it's set up. But
got another big run.
Yeah, he's got a lot of speed early on.
Look at that thing go.
Using all the racetrack.
Oh, man, he bounced too much.
All the racetrack and most of his tires, what the problem will be. Really paid the price on the exit of that. Lost 2 spots.
He gave that car an opportunity to stick down in 3 and 4. It just didn't take it, did it?
Brad Keselowski trying to dig out of the hole from the pit stop error earlier. Picking up a spot on Dale Earnhardt Jr., who's sliding back. And how about the rally for Greg Biffle tonight? And here comes Casey Kane, going to make this one 3 wide, headed into 1.
Kane has just been kind of a hot and cold here all night long. Seems like that they get something and then they have a problem and fall back quite a bit. Something happened to Biffle there if he just got really loose.
Bounced off a junior, I believe.
Oh, just as he turned off, I don't know that there was ever any contact, just as he thought there was going to be.
Clear all the way.
Oh, yeah, there was, definitely. Anytime that inside driver gets that right front tire hit, just a little bit of contact as you're turning, boy, that's a great save by Biffle.
At the speeds they're doing here.
That's on the straightaway. It's not like you had any banking to save you there or anything.
So now question becomes any damage to that right front tire, the alignment of the front end, the fender, the air being so important. And Greg Biffle, who's worked so hard to get back up to contend for a top 10 spot, now finds himself in 12th place and with a question mark.
See right behind Biffle, there's Danica Patrick having a solid night on a really tough racetrack. Doing a good job.
She has been very solid here tonight.
Into the top 10 earlier, as you see there. Fighting to get back there now. And running in 13th place. Ryan Newman, 31, trying to make up some lost ground. On the wrong end of that pit stop exchange. Newman had pitted under the green flag, but lost a lap to the race leaders. Then the caution came out. Had to take the wave around and come around and restart at the back end of the line. Newman in decent shape. Not quite there to lock his place in the chase in tonight on points, but he's close to it.
We were hoping that they could make that happen here tonight with just a good solid run.
He was probably the biggest loser on that round because he's now still a lap down. He's in the free pass position, but he is running 1 lap down.
Harvick leading, 54 to go. I do think I reported Newman has taken away around there a minute ago, but he did not.
I don't think he did.
I feel great shame. $75 miles to go in the Oral-B USA 500-miler tonight at Atlanta Motor Speedway for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. 2 races to go until the chase grid is locked in. The 16 that'll compete for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series Championship. Tonight's race is having an impact on that grid. Clint Boyer, one of the drivers looking for one of the final places in the chase, had problems earlier on that has tightened up that race for 16th place, which is the final one to get in, brought Casey Kane, Kyle Larson, Paul Menard, and the others much closer to him. If things finish as they are now, next Saturday night's Richmond race should be really, really interesting. Kevin Harvick has dominated in this one. Jeff Gordon hit the wall. There's Jeff in the 24 while running second earlier. He's 2 laps down, but had a car, able to run with these top 5 cars. Jimmy Johnson, Brad Keselowski racing for 5th position, and Gordon right there with him. But Jeff is 2 laps down. The other main story on the night, Tony Stewart, had a really solid race tonight, but involved in 2 incidents, got run up into the wall by Kyle Busch with contact when Busch's car slipped after a restart, and then a right front went down on Stewart's car and put him into the wall, and Tony is done for the night. He's going to finish in 41st place. Kevin Harvick has led 176 of the 279 laps that have been run so far. Lost the lead on a handful of different occasions on pit stops earlier, and still one more pit stop to go. The question is, when we restarted with 60 laps to go or so, when do you make that final stop?
About 10 short. There'll probably be some guys that try to split this thing in half, you know, that don't have a shot. As long as we keep doing what we're doing, we'll be fine. I mean, if you get 20 or 30 laps from the end, you'll see what's happening. So.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. There's going to be an opportunity here to, like I said, split this thing up, short pit, and take a chance. That's what we're talking about, gambling here. You really can't gamble on 2 tires, no tires, but you can gamble on making a short stop under green and hoping that this thing works out in your favor, caution-wise. Because these tires drop off so much in speed, you can see if you make that early stop, you can gain a lot of time for quite a few laps and maybe leapfrog yourself into a position that you normally wouldn't be able to get into.
The risk to stopping short is if you stop and go a lap down to the race leader making that stop, and then the caution comes out, you're done.
Yeah, you'd be like Ryan Newman sitting there with a good car and lap down.
Yeah, but last night we saw in the nationwide race, these very 2 drivers running first and second tonight had a situation to where Logano was 5 seconds back. He pitted 2 laps sooner than Harvick did on this very same tire and came back out just 1 second behind, picked up 4 seconds pitting 2 laps earlier. So that's where Harvick and his team will have to stay on top of the game as these others start making their pit stops.
Big night for Casey Kane. Started the night 33 points behind a Chase qualified spot, as you just saw there, running just 5 points out of a Chase qualified position. What a drive and what a rally for this team tonight, Dave.
Yep, and Andy, what happens if you keep working on your race car?
Well, hopefully it gets better, Dave.
Yep, oftentimes it does, and they have worked hard on this race car tonight. Lots of changes, including the last pit stop. He's picked up 8 spots since the restart. And even spotter Kevin Hamlin was asked, what's he doing different? Because that was a fantastic lap. Kevin said it's kind of a weird line, but it's working. And Casey's on the move.
One thing I've seen about Casey, on these 1.5 miles at night, it seems like he really peaks at the end of the race. A lot of races I've seen him win, he's not really been a factor in the beginning, middle part of the race, but when it gets down to the cool part of the night and as the thing closes down, he seems to be able to finish well. He's doing that tonight. I don't think it's probably not going to get him a win, but he's going to get a good finish.
What makes that happen? Is that the team tuning the car to the end of race conditions? Is that just a driver who builds toward the finish?
Yeah.
Is that a night owl who doesn't do well earlier in the day?
It could be all of that. I'm not sure.
Dale Jr. 88, Brian Vickers 55, racing for 9th place. Jr. had some problems earlier where hit a piece of debris on the track, punched out the grill opening on the bottom of the front end of that 88 car, but they've made a nice rally.
They have gotten themselves back inside the top 10 here once again. So a good solid night for this team. I think this is an important race for a lot of these contenders for the chase. You talk about Chicago being that first race of the chase. Pretty worn out surface that they'll encounter there too. So I'm sure there's some things, even though it's not quite as bad, still some things that you can learn from this race that you can apply there. We even had some teams there testing this past week, but this could be a preview of that.
Yeah, I think Harvick's been pretty good at Chicago before too. So.
Yeah, I think so. Won the first couple of races there, I believe, didn't he?
Yeah, he's been pretty good here in Atlanta all weekend long. Dominant last night in the NASCAR Nationwide Series race and has certainly done most of the leading tonight, though it hasn't been all smooth sailing. A final round of pit stops coming up. Who's going to win it? We still have to find out.
The Oral-B USA 500 at Atlanta is brought to you by Oral-B, available at Walmart. Save money, live better. Nationwide Insurance. Nationwide is on your side. Goodyear, chosen by experts for superior performance. Goodyear, more driven. And Victory Motorcycles. Ride one and you'll own one. VictoryMotorcycles.com.
Kevin Harvick is hoping to ride to victory tonight here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. He's had a dominant weekend so far. Look at that number last night. That was 159 of 195 in the race. And tonight he's led 190 of 293. Harvick out in front on 7 different occasions in this one, looking for the weekend sweep here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Beginning to see some moves to pit road here under the green flag with 32 to go. Jamie?
Brian Vickers has had a great night tonight. They've been in the top 10 the whole time. Just 4 tires stopping fuel here. Meanwhile, the 88, Dale Earnhardt Jr. brought a brand new car here, kind of testing it out to see how it'll run in the chase. He's fought his way back. The 99 of Carl Edwards was having a problem with the right front tire there. He's happy to get some new sticker tires on. Vince?
The 27 of Paul Menard coming in. What a strong night it has been for Paul. Says the drive off just not any better. That's what they've been fighting throughout the course of the night. A little chassis adjustment there on the track bar. 4 tires and Sunoco fuel. Now the 18 of Kyle Busch. What an eventful night it has been for Kyle. He had that contact with Tony Stewart earlier in the race. Has managed to have a solid night despite of it. 4 tire change for Kyle.
Now the pressure begins to fall on the head of Rodney Childers, the crew chief of Kevin Harvick's number 4. He has to watch the overall picture and decide when's the right time to call his driver in from the lead for a pit stop. Matching that, the tire degradation numbers Andy was talking about earlier against the caution probability numbers. And in 9 of the last 12 races here in Atlanta, we've had a caution between around 25 and 20 to go. Brad Keselowski hits the wall. There's the caution.
Looks like he may have blown a left front tire. You can see the left front fender buckled up and the right side. You can tell exactly.
The 22 is on pit road, I believe, before that came out.
And the 42 of Larson.
Oh, I believe the tire was actually up. I think he had some contact with another car.
Might it be the 11?
Could have been.
Oh yeah, big messes.
Yeah, it looked like maybe some of these cars are thinking about getting on pit road and not able to get slowed down, and maybe Hamlin was one of them.
Yeah, and that created the issue behind there.
Yeah, he had a car in the way. And then you can see where, you know, the 2 car got that damage on the left front, and then all the right side damage. Too bad too for Brad. He had a really fast car.
So the 26 car there was Cole Witt, the 11 Denny Hamlin, and then Brad Keselowski there. And the caution does indeed come out with 28 laps to go now. The 3rd different time tonight the caution has come out in the middle of the beginning of a round of green flag pit stops.
And this is certainly going to put it to where Kevin Harvick is not going to restart as the leader of this race.
Yeah, it looks like
it creates some problems for him.
Looks like it'll be Logano.
Vince?
Matt Kenseth pitting from P3 says he's on the splitter at the beginning of the run, and then overall just less stability. They're going to make a chassis adjustment for Kenseth and 4 tires. Let's go to Jim.
Denny Hamlin was tapped by the 26 car of Paul Witt. They're going to see if there's any damage. Doesn't look like it on the right side. They'll come around and give him 4 tires and give him some fuel, Dave.
A strong enough run for Casey Kane that no changes will be made on the 5 car. As for the 4, a slight wedge adjustment to make him strong on the short run here at the end. Harvick's team working on the left side, sending him away. He will not win the race off pit road. That'll be Denny Hamlin again.
Yep, a little bit of a slower stop there, and you see Logano back on and off the pit road here.
Yeah, not sure why they didn't put any tires on it.
Brad Keselowski back in the garage and out of his car. 25 to go in the Oral-B USA 500 Atlanta Motor Speedway for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Bizarre twist of events. Caution coming out in the middle of a green flag pit stops. Joey Logano looking like he was in fine shape by getting on the pit road just before the caution came out and coming back around on the lead lap. But there was a problem on his green flag stop that forced him to stop again under the yellow.
Well, he was going to be in such good shape here. He was able to make this pit stop and get back out on the racetrack in front of the leaders. You see right there, the gas man didn't plug in till really late in this stop, and it evidently just didn't get enough fuel in it.
Yeah, he actually carried the right front tire around on that, trying something a little different.
They were going to have a chance to win.
You have to explain to me what happened there. I'm a little confused. I didn't get any gas in it when we came to the time. Didn't get plugged in right. It didn't dump anything. Only had 2 gallons. I need more than that. Yeah, we were sitting pretty. We'll recover. We got 26 laps to hustle through it. It ain't over yet.
No give up in them anyway. They're going to start 7th.
It's interesting why they'd do something totally different on a pit stop right there.
Well, I'm sure they probably have practiced that or planned it, because it didn't need a lot of fuel. They just needed a can, maybe just even a little less than 1 can of fuel to make it, or maybe a little bit more.
So instead of Logano being the leader, he's going to be back in 7th place. Denny Hamlin first off the pit lane under the caution with Kevin Harvick to his outside. Now this is a situation we've seen a few different times tonight on restarts, and it hasn't always worked out in the favor of the 4.
No, really haven't. We haven't seen anybody be able to restart good from that 2nd spot there. But Harvick has struggled in particular. He's going to have his best restart here.
So that'll have a few hungry guys wanting this lead now too. You got Casey Kane up there in 3rd. He needs a win.
Vince, we saw Matt Kenseth there on a couple of those restarts as the leader. Now he's back in 5th place.
Yeah, they had a problem on their pit stop. The left front, they didn't have the tire ready to be put on, so it was a slower stop, and that's the first mistake they've made all night on the pit road.
23 laps to go. 16 cars on the lead lap.
There's a hungry driver needing a win in that 5 car.
Kane to the lead. Harvick to 2nd. Hamlin back to 3rd. Can Casey hold off Kevin, who's been the dominant one tonight? Wow, Harvick had that one hung out.
Oh, he was hanging it out. Almost scraping the right rear on the wall.
That number of laps left to go, DJ. You still worried about making your tires angry and hurting them?
Right now, Casey Kane can't worry about anything. You've got to go. You've got to try to put any distance and stay in front of this 4 car. Right now, it's over. You're not going to pass him back. But this is what Casey Kane has to do right now, is stay down on that inside, knowing that's where Harvick is at his very best. He can keep that air dirty back behind his car. It's going to make it more difficult. Make Harvick go up there, use up some tires trying to go around the outside, because Harvick has to do a little bit more work out there with his race car and the tires. See Kane doing a great job right now.
This is the first time Casey Kane's had clean air on the nose of that car too, so probably Hamlin the best it has all night. Tall order to stay in front of that 4 car though here, as strong as he's been.
You're beating him just a bit, center.
So Kane trying to hang on to that #1 spot. Housekeeping while you watch the race to the lead. Ryan Newman got the free pass at the caution. Wave arounds to get back on the lead lap. Went to Dale Jr., Paul Menard, Carl Edwards, Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson, and Martin Truex Jr. 17 cars on the lead lap. And Brad Keselowski's car has been retired from the race.
You know, this right now, as we get back here, I saw Greg Biffle restart at 6th. What a great comeback for this team. I think he's in the 7th spot right now, but well, I tell you what, that's a huge amount of points for this 16 team. I was going to talk about those points situation. This situation of Casey Kane being up here with a chance to win this race, that is really making some people nervous, and Matt Kenseth is probably going to lock in here tonight by virtue of the points.
Squeezing the bubble even tighter. Nice rally by Kurt Busch. And there's that bubble. And remember, that all changes if Casey Kane wins. Then you take him right off that list. And you make it just 14, 15, and 16 available on points next week. And if Kenseth locks in 2, it's going to be tight.
You're only going to have 2 spots possibly available next week at Richmond. Nice job by Casey Kane. Wow, there was a time that I thought he was really coming back about midways in the race, and then it was like they lost it again. He was back in 15th or 16th, couldn't make up any ground whatsoever. And then Kenny Francis and that team made an adjustment before the previous pit stop, and he drove his way up close to the top 5 before this last round of pit stops happened.
Harvick back to the bottom line there, trying to find a way to close ground on Kane. Now, we didn't want to look away from this restart and all that happened under the caution and getting you square on that before the green, but just before the yellow ended, Jamie caught up with Brad Keselowski.
And Brad Keselowski, what an effort. You rallied back from 16th up to 3rd, and then pow. What did you see?
Just, you hate to say it, but I guess it's one of those racing deals. There's slow cars out there, and they were pitting, and I knew the 11 was pitting, but figured he would, follow those slow cars in the pit road, but instead he made a decision to pit from the middle lane and pretty much ruined our day with the Alliance Truck Parts Ford. Just part of it. Just hate to see that kind of stuff comes around.
Brad Keselowski, though, he's solidly in the chase, so they'll move on to Richmond now.
Had a really strong night in the 2-car, mistake on pit road, and then the accident that took him out will result in a bad night when you see the rundown on the official finish, but certainly he was a presence tonight here in Atlanta.
It's not amazing how this race has really changed, though, from start to finish. I mean, Harvick has dominated. He's still right there, and he may still win, but, I mean, Casey Kane, what a job. I mean, in the way that they've adjusted this car and gotten them into position, nailed that last restart.
Yeah, that was absolutely perfect, the restart that he made from that 3rd position of getting the good restart, getting to the outside of the 11 of Denny Hamlin down in turns 1 and 2, and now being able to hold Kevin Harvick behind him. But it's been this, we've seen this happen with other cars, about 15 to 17 laps that they're able to stay out there in front of Harvick, and then he's the better car then. Is he going to be able to do that with this 5 car?
Yeah, he's still got a handful, Casey Kane does, to try to win this thing, because Harvick's not going to give up on it.
The restart came with 23 laps to go.
He's going to try to top. No, he's not.
That clean air is really helping this 5, I believe. Can't make any mistakes, though. You got to be careful of that line.
Yeah, that and just a will to win and knowing what's at stake with this.
A situation like this, Dale, I mean, how much are you looking in the mirror, or how much are you just trying to hit every single mark perfect?
Yeah, you're really not looking in the mirror.
10 to go right here, 10 to go.
Until you exit the corner and get on the straightaway, and you might see on each of those. So the exit of 2 and 4, you'll take a glance to see, am I keeping my distance? Am I doing the right things here? But otherwise, entry to the corner and everything, you're just totally focused on where you have to put this race car. And he's putting it in the right spots, making Harvick go where he does not want to, and that's going to be the key to winning this race.
Probably going to catch some lap cars by the final moments of this one, as there are some slower cars just ahead.
That will be key as to where Casey Kane catches them and is able to keep his momentum up.
Hopefully these guys give you the bottom here. This is what I asked for. You're clear by 5 still. You're doing perfect.
See Rick Hendrick, who has 3 of his cars of his 4 entries already qualified for the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. Certainly the disappointing season as Harvick slides a little bit trying to get around the lap car. The disappointing season has been that of Kane with only 2 top 5 finishes the whole year. 2 top 5s the entire season. Wouldn't have put that on my prediction sheet at the beginning of the year for sure.
Now, it's been a tough year so far for Kasey Kahne, but boy, this would heal things up.
Kind of the beauty of the new format.
That's exactly right. Then you're into the playoffs. Then you've got everybody healthy, and you're starting at ground zero again and seeing what you can do from that point. Then you just got to focus on those first 3 races again and making yourself eligible from that point on. What a great job by Kasey Kahne right here.
He's been able to beat Harvick on just about every lap by just a little bit.
66 Brett Moffitt, 83 Ryan Truex. Truex yielding to the inside, letting the leader play through.
I wondered there for a few laps there with 10 to 15 to go if Harvick was just kind of cooling his tires. You see, he's getting put in bad spots by these lap cars. That's costing him a lot of time. You see how much Kasey Kahne stretched that out?
That might have just done it right there.
We're going to see now what Harvick has when he goes back to the bottom of the racetrack right here. Had he saved some tires to make a big run here in these last 5 laps?
Here, just how smooth Kevin is getting off the throttle and back to it.
Five more.
Kasey Kahne once again just a little bit faster, about a 1/2 tenth of a second. Harvick really has got it hung out, trying to get everything he possibly can. He just loved to get to the back bumper of that 5, not to hit him, just to get him loosened up.
Use that bubble of air being pushed off the front of it to upset the back end of the car in front of you.
He's gaining a little bit this lap. I believe we'll see Harvick be a little bit quicker here.
Yeah, a couple tenths. It's going to be real important for Kasey Kahne to hit every mark perfect these last few laps.
I know people always like to deflect it, but you're not driving anymore. You can tell us. Is that guy behind the wheel of that 5 really nervous right now?
Really nervous, you know. And this is even in a more nerve-wracking situation probably than a lot of other times. You know, other times it just meant a win or a loss. This is their season. This is 2014 right here in these last 3 laps for this 5 team.
Still good by 8 or so on Kevin.
He's coming to 2 to go.
Little bob there coming up off the corner.
You can see Harvick closed the gap just a little bit more once again.
Yeah, that was
got one in a wall up here.
Martin Truex Jr. caution flag is out.
Yellow's out.
And that changes everything. Hit the big reset button on it all. We're not done yet. I'm assuming those nerves were just multiplied exponentially.
Oh gosh, man.
Martin Truex Jr. and then Kyle Busch involved in this one, and that's rather interesting appearing.
Looks like he dumped Martin Truex. Well, they may have had some contact earlier and later. What that's all about. It certainly changed the outcome of this race for Kasey Kahne, though.
Yes, it did.
And did they have to come to pit road?
I don't see any other way they can. They have to. I mean, it's just power's worth so much. I think whoever wins this race will make a pit stop right here.
Well, certainly bizarre circumstances with Kyle Busch and Martin Truex Jr. there. and I agree with your statement, altering the outcome of this race and putting out the caution flag. Pit road open here. 16 cars on the lead lap. Going to be a 2-lap shootout to the finish, or at least one 2-lap shootout.
Somebody's going to stay out here, if not a number of them back there in the 13, 14, 15, 16.
It'll be interesting to see what they do.
Pit stops coming at the scheduled conclusion of the race. Kasey Kahne leads him in. Jamie?
And Jimmy Johnson comes down pit road as he works his way into his pit box. A 4-tire stop here, the 9th stop of the night. Jim?
Denny Hamlin has reported a steering problem. Nothing they can do about it now except give him 4 tires and see what happens, Dave.
4 tires, no adjustments for Kasey Kahne, no fuel. Air pressure adjustment for Kevin Harvick, 4 tires, no fuel for Harvick as well. Let's watch the crews go to work, see who wins the race off pit road. That's going to be Kenson. Where will the rest come out?
Wow, wow, wow. Bad time to have a bad stop.
They had a couple of 2-tire guys.
Yeah. This might not be the final restart of this.
It may not be, right. That's a tough break for Kasey Kahne. I mean, you can't help but feel really bad for him. He can't seem to catch a break this year.
It's been the way their season has been when they've put themselves in that position.
We talked about the heat, the temperature, and the number of pit stops the crews would make, and how your last one's got to be your best one. That situation did not play in the favor of Kasey Kahne. Still trying to figure out what happened between Kyle Busch and Martin Truex Jr. to set that incident off that brought out the caution flag.
Hell was that for? He just dumped you, man. I don't know.
Well, certainly a topic to be pursued after the race's conclusion. And I'm sure Kasey Kahne's team will be one who'd like to find the answer out to that also.
Yeah, they might be the first ones there. But Kasey, I believe maybe he's going to be like 5th spot. So he's going to at least be on the inside with 4 tires.
Made the move from 3rd when the outside lane didn't get going last restart.
And now the front row has just got 2 tires. So that'll be interesting too, how we've not seen anybody take 2 tires tonight and how that's going to work on a restart.
And the front row hasn't won a race yet this year either by those 2.
Oh yeah, and there is that.
Kenseth and Menard.
Are we setting up for another one of these? Last lap passes for the win here at Atlanta. Famous one with Harvick and Gordon. We showed you this one from Edwards and Johnson earlier. Inside lane versus outside lane, the location of the finish line, and so on. And we're only going to have 2 laps of racing to settle it. Be the 5th time we've had the green-white checker finish here in Atlanta. You see that most times the leader at the scheduled distance has gone on to win. If that's going to happen this time, Kasey Kahne's going to have to make that big rally because he was the leader at the scheduled distance. Bunch of wave-around cars have been sent past the pace car, and now we double up for the restart. We're going to have 2 laps to go in this one unless we get a caution before the leader takes the white flag, and then we'll do it again. So extra distance here in Atlanta tonight. Matt Kenseth, Paul Menard, the front row cars, 20 and 27, just changing 2 tires on this track where tires have been so important. Then Denny Hamlin and Kevin Harvick, inside outside row 2, then Kasey Kahne with Joey Logano back there, and there's Kurt Busch in that 41. Remember, it was he last year that went from 10th to 2nd on the late restart. Trying to capitalize. I'd expect to see him way up in that outside lane also.
No doubt about that. Danica Patrick right there in the mix. She's going to restart in the 7th spot.
Oh, boy.
Well, is there any question? This is the moment of the race. The moment of the race brought to you by Dairy Queen. They come to the restart for the Green-white-checkered.
Casey Kane's going to get a great spot
contact.
right here.
Harvick turned into the wall. Caution is out. NASCAR's called the caution. Got one on the wall. It is Harvick.
Hold it up there. Hold it up there.
And the night of the dominant driver and car.
Boy, those are hard to take right
Here
there.
to be done.
Man. It's just like you have to watch these things till they're over, because they're never over till the very last lap. No matter how good you've been all night.
Well, Menard was on the outside of the front row. He didn't get going. Things jammed up behind him. Joey Logano went to the outside. And it looked like Harvick jumped up there, and he and Logano made contact. It turned Harvick's car into the wall. And that's the result. Watch 22 and 4 here after 27 doesn't get going.
Yeah, Harvick was forced up there.
Yeah.
I think Harvick got in the back of Menard as he was trying to get his going, but I don't know if he was a little ticked off about that.
Coming, can change lanes. Now go to the middle if you want. Go to the middle if you want. The middle's gonna open up here. Come on low, Keep coming, go low. Come on, keep coming. Clear. Outside only. 2 outside. 3 outside. Outside. Inside. Caution.
Well, we didn't think that was going to be the last restart.
And this next one might not be either.
Go high now. 22 trying to get outside. 4 wide. Straight, keep it straight, yellow's out.
Be curious to hear what Paul Menard was hearing on his radio there, because he had Kurt Busch trying to make a run to his inside as he moved up. Or was it after?
See Harvick.
Yeah, it was after. Okay.
Well, it's obvious, though, that what caused the whole thing is Menard not getting a good start.
Yeah.
And when we say not a good, it was probably the worst one we've seen all night from the outside.
And Harvick had laid back a little and got a nice little run and bumped Menard there just a little bit.
And it has been, I mean, that outside, that first row outside just can't get going. Just cannot seem to get any traction.
So, we're going to do this again. And this time, Casey Kane will be up in the inside of row 2.
So the first one with 4 tires well, Denny Hamlin has 4, but he's in the worst spot because he's restarting second. So that was where I was getting out.
Yep. Little interesting twist to this one, huh, Vince?
With Matt Kenseth, crew chief Jason Ratcliffe, how has your car been on these restarts for the first couple of laps?
It's been good when we've had 4 tires on it. We were stuck back in 5th or 6th there. Our only shot at winning it was trying to do something that the rest of them weren't. So, we'll give Matt the opportunity. We definitely need to restart on the bottom. We've seen that all night. So we knew if we got off pit road first, at least we would get that spot and see how right sides would do it.
Thanks, Jason.
Yeah.
And just an interesting sidebar. By taking a wave around just before the green-white checker and then getting the free pass at this caution, Jeff Gordon's on the lead lap.
Yeah, he made up 2 laps in that whole cycle.
Yeah, just like that. How's this one all going to turn out? For fearless predictions, we turn to Mike, Rusty, and Brad.
None of us are afraid to predict. That's the truth for sure. But we thought we knew how this thing was going to end about a half hour ago, but everything has changed. What are you expecting now?
Oh, man, I'll tell you what. Matt Kenseth is just sitting there on 2 tires. You got Denny Hamlin in the outside lane, which has been terrible all day long for restarts. And you got Casey Kane on the inside lane with 4 tires. I personally think that Casey Kane's getting ready to have the restart of his life like his teammate Jeff Gordon did at Indianapolis and Pocono and other places. Yeah. This could be a big restart for Casey because odds are in his favor that if he does this thing right, he can come out of turn 2 clear in these guys. Now, look, that's what I'm predicting. I have no idea if it's going to work out that way, but it's looking pretty good for Casey, I think.
2.5 laps ago, Casey Kane's night was basically over as far as winning. Now he's right back in the catbird seat. I think he's got the best opportunity for a restart because of the tires, and he seems to have the strongest car. But what about Danica Patrick? She is up in the mix. Who knows what could happen?
Yep, lots can happen here in the closing laps. Let's go down to Dave Burns.
Mike standing by with Rick Hendrick. Casey's had an awesome comeback tonight, but he's got one more restart to try to get back to the front. How does this work for you standing here watching?
We didn't need that caution. I think we had the race, but they've done a heck of a job. So, you know, we got 4 tires. We're on the inside, so we'll see what happens. This is going to be a wild finish.
We'll watch with you. Got the preferred lane, AB.
Well, he's going to start inside of row 2. With Danica Patrick outside of him. Yep. And in front of him, Matt Kenseth and Denny Hamlin. That outside row 1 spot all night long hasn't gone well on restarts. When Casey got the lead before, the first time, it was restarting from inside of row 2. Broke to the outside and went around the leader. Can he do it again and get back the lead he lost with the strange caution earlier involving Kyle Busch and Martin Truex Jr. Green-white checker attempt number 2.
Matt Kenseth being able to make that 20 car about 20 feet wide. He's a man on a mission. So Kenseth over there on that quarter panel pulling him back.
This could get dicey. Coming around to the white flag. Kenseth wiggles. Can Kane clear him? He does. Last lap at Atlanta. Checker flag in the air, the timeliest of wins for Casey Kane, who punches his ticket into the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup.
Yeah, guys. Yes! Yes! Yo, guys, way to fight back. Thank you. Thank you, buddy. That was some good drive, some awesome driving there, buddy. Thank you.
Welcome to the chase, baby. Nice job.
Well, he does finally catch a break.
I don't know if he caught a break, but he sure
made it.
Wheels off of that.
He made it.
Burned it down. He'll tell us this is probably the biggest win of his career. I believe it surpasses even the very first one of your career.
Well, his 17th win. And the system for this year designed to winning her in. That's what's happened.
Casey, awesome job.
Going to see some emotion out of this young man right now, I do believe. Our Goodyear Superior performer, Casey Kane, tonight. What a victory here in Atlanta.
back in January, I love the idea that NASCAR presented with this about winning and you're going to be a part of this. And that right there just shows why that's the right thing to do this day and time with our sport the way that it is.
And what a crazy way to get there. What a bizarre finish to this race. Matt Kenseth clinches a place in the chase on points tonight with his finish. And as I suspected there might be, there's Martin Truex Jr. around the 18 of Kyle Busch. Let's start to hear from some of those involved in this incredible finish tonight here in Atlanta. Vince, you're first.
Well, how exciting it was. A little bit of a good news, bad news night for Matt Kenseth. Good news, he clinches his spot in the chase on points. The bad news is he didn't get that win that I know he so desperately wanted. Take us through the restart and those final 2 laps in that battle.
Yeah, I mean, I had a really good restart the first time. I was kind of hoping it went green there because Paul was in there, and I think the 5 and the 4 were stuck on the top. So, but that didn't work out. So the second one was okay. It wasn't as good. I just spun the left rear a little bit, and the 5 got up the middle there, and I was able to get through 1 and 2 wide open, and almost wide open through there. I had him cleared, and he just somehow got enough momentum to get back up alongside of me. So we did all we could. I want to thank the Home Depot, Husky Tools, Dollar General, and Jason's pretty much a man. You know, he works every week to make these cars fast enough to win. He calls the races to win, and we had the best pit crew on pit road tonight. So things are looking up. I'm looking forward to the next 11.
Strong indeed for the 20 tonight, the runner-up and headed to the chase. Jim?
Denny Hamlin brings it home third. You had amazing pit stops by your team. Did you not have enough motor at the end?
Well, we couldn't accelerate quite with those guys, but you know, we still messed up a little bit on the setup through halfway. Just kind of lost the handle once it got fully dark and cooled off, and like you said, my pit crew just knocked it out of the park every stop, and they kept giving me an opportunity. I just couldn't capitalize, couldn't get the restarts, couldn't accelerate like I needed to keep the 5 behind. Just when he hit the gas, he was gone. And we tried to fight. We had a decent handling car all day. I thought we had a top 5 car all day. Just third is about par for what I thought we'd be.
That's a pretty good team performance by the 11 team, Alan.
All right, Jim. Well, it got away and it came back. Hard-earned. And Casey Kane is in the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. He's in Victory Lane in Atlanta tonight. Our Victory Lane presented by 5 Hour Energy.
You did it. You did it. And it took a lot to get here.
Oh, man, it took a lot. We were kind of all over the place throughout the race, but the guys stayed with me, worked hard. Those restarts, I didn't know what would happen, but I had great restarts all night, and I struggle with restarts a lot. So that's big. That's one of the things you have to be good at, and it worked really well tonight. So we're really happy, really thankful for Farmers Insurance, Chevrolet, Great Clips, Time Warner Cable, Pepsi Max, Sprint, all the fans, Von Zipper. It's just it's tough. We've had kind of a downer year at times, and then when we start running good. Last week we were really fast at Bristol and have a problem, and so it's that kind of one thing after another. But we're in the chase with my teammates. I have a great group of teammates, and it's awesome to work with those guys and be part of HMS, be part of everything that Mr. H gives us. And I'm glad we're in the chase and we get to racing now.
Casey, do you think it was wrenches and changes? Do you think the night came to you, the conditions of the track tonight?
Well, not really. I think our adjustments, we started really bad, really loose. Then we got the car to where it was driving great. We got up to 5th or 6th, and then we adjusted our way out again and got it back at the end. So it was all adjustments. It was all, just what we did, the communication. And at the end, Kenny made a great call with fuel and how we played that game, and because it had a big part of what our splitter was doing. So it was a team effort. The guys did great tonight, and I'm pretty pumped to be here.
And after the season and after the disappointment a few weeks ago at Indianapolis, what is the emotion you're feeling now? You're locked in the chase, Casey.
Yeah, we're locked in, and I hate it. It comes down to this, to Atlanta, Richmond, just about every year for me, and sometimes we're in, sometimes we're out. But thankful at HMS we've been in all 3 years now. But, yeah, we have the pressure all the way to Richmond, and so, I don't know, we made it again. Thankful for that. Thanks to Mr. H and Kenny Francis, Chris, the guys did a nice job. We started Friday terrible and came back Saturday and been really good, and then raced pretty well tonight at times. So I'm glad we got those restarts. Those were tough, and that's where it paid, was the restarts for sure.
Take a deep breath and go for the championship.
Sounds good.
Casey Kane in victory lane at Atlanta. Alan?
I'm so proud of you. Yeah, dude, that's awesome. How did you win that race?
Everybody there. From
How
about that?
He does have great teammates.
Yeah. Well done. Well, Mr. Hendricks got all 4 of his cars in the chase now. With Casey Kane's victory tonight, you look at the standings where the championship grid is concerned, with now 1 race to go. So those top 13 are locked in, as is 14th place Matt Kenseth on points. So that means there'll be 2 positions available on Richmond. The only drivers who can make the chase without a win at Richmond are Ryan Newman, Greg Biffle, Clint Boyer, and Kyle Larson. But of course, somebody else could pop up and win at Richmond and squeeze that bubble even tighter. Kevin Harvick dominated tonight. He led 300 miles of this one. Things went wrong at the end, Vince.
Well, you look at the box score and you're going to see Kevin Harvick 19th, and that's certainly not going to tell the story. Indeed, a dominating performance tonight, Kevin. Where did it go wrong? What happened at the end?
I mean, obviously the 27 and 20 had 2 tires, and you knew they were going to get a bad restart. And you know, I got on the outside of the 27 as soon as I could, and 22 was on the outside of me, and 27 just kept coming up until we all wrecked. So nobody was letting out of the gas at that point, and just kind of the nature of the beast, I guess. So I hate it for all our Jimmy John's guys, but you know, we got some things we need to work on anyway.
What do you need to work on to be a championship team?
I mean, our cars are really fast and doing all the things that we need to do, but you know, we lost control every time we came to pit road tonight. So you know, thought we had that a little bit better, but we just got absolutely murdered on pit road every time we came down by the 20 and the 11 tonight. So you know, those guys are obviously doing a really good job, but we've known that all year and need to fix it.
Jamie?
Well, Danica Patrick has a lot of media surrounding her. Her best career finish of 6th tonight. Hard-fought battle to the end. Danica, how you feeling? It was a long night, a lot happening, but you ended up good.
It was a long night. Man, that race felt like it was like 700 miles. And sometimes when you're running well, they feel like that because you're just like, you're hoping it stays there and keeps going well and you keep improving and you don't lose it. And there were definitely a couple of times later in the race that we fell back. And, you know, the middle of the race, the car was very good and took a little step back, but then it came back at the end and Gibson just reset everything where we were when we were running well. And obviously, the pit stop at the end that was 11 seconds was so good. There was a couple of rough ones in the beginning, but that made up for all of it because it put us 7th for that restart and had a good line in the inside and didn't get caught up on the outside. But I'm just so happy for the team who we've really had pretty fast cars for quite a while now and not really great finishes to show for it. And so this is for everybody and for GoDaddy, and we're just, you know, I've sucked at Richmond every time, so I sure hope that I can run well at Richmond now.
Good night for Danica Patrick. She's 6th, Alan.
Well, after tonight in Atlanta, what are we going to see in Richmond next Saturday?
My goodness. Always exciting there anyway.
And then on into the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. Hope you can join us at the track next week or throughout the fall. There's the TV schedule, and there's how you could get tickets. NASCAR.com/tickets or that 866 number, bottom of the screen. So Casey Kane, after doing a great job getting the lead on a restart, sees his advantage over Kevin Harvick disappear with an unusual accident with just a couple of laps to go in the race. Gets another shot, actually 2 more shots at a restart, and on the second of the green-white-checker overtime finishes, finds a way to get from 3rd to 1st around Matt Kenseth and punch his ticket to the chase.
Boy, you watch this thing all night, you think there's no way Kevin Harvick can lose it. But you know those restarts are coming, and boy, are they, that's just where it is today.
Yeah, and I love to see these talented drivers get put in a situation to where they know what's at stake, and that's what we saw from Casey Kane there. Matt Kenseth did everything he could with those 2 tires, but Casey Kane was not going to be denied it. What a great job by this young man with a hard season that has been there, and they did the job.
And from here, it's on to Richmond for some short track racing next weekend. Friday night, the Nationwide Series, ESPN2 at 7 o'clock Eastern. And next Saturday night, the race will decide those final places in the chase and the chase seedings as well. Our NASCAR Sprint Cup Series telecast presented by AutoZone is on ABC next Saturday night at 7 Eastern time. Sports Center coming up next. More coverage from here in Atlanta, plus all of the day's sporting news. Well, the system was designed to win and get in. He had to fight hard to get it, but Casey Kane accomplished just that tonight. An incredible victory here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway, and he's going to race for a championship.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.